they leave service and rest Sunday night, go Monday morning to make bombs and weapons to destroy themselves, their children, and the whole of mankind on earth. And those professors who don't even teach very often, who are doing research for the government and doing research for the army and so forth, to such a degree now that the United States scientific establishment is skewed in its orientation toward research by military research, which is one of the reasons why it cannot appropriately compete with Japan, because its best brains have been used in the creation of death machines as against machines that can be used for commerce. Right? Understand it. That is why you see it's not enough for you to go to white schools and get degrees from white schools. You must own those schools and control those schools. I'll be back to that in a minute. One of the reasons why we have problems too economically is the people we see racism as a psychomoral problem. Racism essentially is an economic problem. It is essentially a rationalization for maintaining economic, political, military, and other kind of controls over another people. It is not an attitude problem. We think that really we change white folks' attitude if they realize we believe like they do, and we do just like they do, they're going to come to love you out of your mind. Do you think really by having these people believe their creed that you're going to get out of the situation you're in? No. This racism is a justification and a rationalization for maintaining economic, political, and social dominance. Even the apparent change of racism by whites is still going to be used to maintain their racial dominance. That is, whites become less obviously racist in their overt attitude. Their wealth and their power will still remain where it is. As a matter of fact, they have learned that one of the best ways now of maintaining their power is to appear to be less overtly racist. Now, you think getting black mayors and governors elected represents some advancement for black people. I realize, of course, we've been through this game before. This is the second reconstruction anyway. You know, we're getting duped again. And you think that the moving of black people in classes and in wealth and so forth represents some advance for black people? I call it neo-classism to so as a parallel with what? Neo-colonialism, where a minority which seeks to maintain its power, where it does not have numerical advantage, recruits from the very people it oppresses, so that those recruits can be used to maintain the power and position of the original group. So the European recognizes that he can more as efficiently or more efficiently dominate African economic affairs by having Africans as head of government that have himself as the chief governor of African countries. And now we're going to get a black middle class that puts a black face on white power. Let us not be deceived. So we think then that the problem that we are facing with whites and racism is a problem of morality. And this is in part the result of being led by preachers. You see, not having a strong secular leadership in the black community. Because people tend to see problems in terms of their profession. And ministers being concerned very much about moral issues tend to moralize most issues. You see, but there's much more going on in this world than just a bad attitude. The other problems that we've looked at, the other reason why we have problems economics is we see our economic problems as a result of civil rights. So let me just be rapid in terms of time. Civil rights. It's like a prisoner saying, I have rights in prison. You know, civil rights is not the same as what? Liberation and so forth. Not the same as independence and control of itself. But the thing that I want to get across is we have this faith in law. We think as long as the Supreme Court is up there, the government is up there, we have civil rights laws on the book, everything's going to be cool for us. Let's just quickly tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. If we get down to the point of where the white man has to make a choice between feeding his children or yours, no amount of laws on books, no amount of Supreme Courts, no amount of black governors, mayors, anything else, is going to have them feed your children before you feed his own. The laws are only as strong as their enforcers. And the people who pass the laws are also the same people who enforce the laws. And when it comes to the point where they have to make a choice in terms of their survival and power as against your own, they will ignore the law or speak to or not enforce the law. So ultimately, your salvation lies in power, not in goodwill of the other people, not in the love of the other people, not in laws on the book and all of that. It ultimately must rest on pure power and the ability to stop other people from doing harmful things to you. Anything else is not adequate. And yet we've had a bunch of leaders who think that laws on books are adequate to protecting the future of our children and of our people. You must realize that that's a very flimsy basis. We believe in standard business practice. No such thing as standard business practice. You know, we have this idea that there are practices that don't have no regard to race or color. Wrong. I had to deal with the person the other day. Oh, this is standard business practice. No, these are white folks' business practices that have developed within a white European context, built around a white reality, a white economic system, white goals and values and so forth. This is not standard business practice. This is a practice among these people. You see? But when we side that as standard, then we inevitably are defeated in our economic system. And this standard business and this is the idea of standard is the problem, as I pointed out earlier, even in education. Standard education. No such thing as standard education. There's only education that gets you where you need to go. I've stated again and again that the educational destiny of the black child is revolutionary, that the educational destiny of the white child is what? Servitude. The major focus of white education is to maintain the advantage that they already have. Black people not having advantages do not need to get your same education because you're not being educated for the same reason. You're being educated to remove that advantage. You're being educated to feed your starving children. You're being educated to benefit from the wealth that's being stolen from the land of your ancestors. You're being educated to benefit from the wealth that you create here as a people. That means our children must be reared to undertake their destiny and to undertake the task that lie before them. The problems that black children have to solve are not those that white children have to solve. Education is defined in terms of the problems people must solve. When you go to white schools, you are learning to solve white folks' problems. That's why you can work better for them and solve their problems better than you can your own. That's why, despite the fact that you have a business administration degree, you own virtually no businesses and you administer nothing belonging to yourself and you have no control over anything economic. In fact, the more degrees you've gotten, the more other people have taken your businesses from you in your neighborhood. Which means you're being educated for servitude. So the highest educated class is in the same position as the lowest one, and that is they're being educated or not educated in service to white power. Intelligence, we are not even intelligent. Black people are made stupid by the education that they get. And the more education we get, the more stupid we become. Yes, I know there's a large word, but we have to deal with the reality. We are literally educated into dumbness. We call being intelligent high scores on the SAT, high grades at Harvard and Yale, how much we created for IBM, how much we created for AT&T. Ladies and gentlemen, it has nothing to do with intelligence at all. You let other people define intelligence for you in such a way that it also means maintaining them in power. The ultimate value of intelligence, the ultimate point of intelligence, is to solve one's own problems and to secure one's own survival. God put intelligence in you so that you could adapt to the environment you live in or adapt the environment you do to further your own life and your own being. I don't care how much you know, how much you've learned, how deeply you've been educated by other people. If you cannot solve your own economic problems, if you cannot solve your own military problems, if you cannot secure your own survival, which should be the point of education, then you have been made dumb and stupid and ignorant by that education. That's why you have to get rid of the concept of equal education and the equation of same and equalness. You do not need the same education as white people. You do not have the same problems as white people. Therefore, you require a knowledge that is relevant to the problems that you have as a people. And when you solve those problems that confront you as a people, and you collect the information relevant to solving those problems, and you develop the mental skills and abilities and capacity to solve those problems, then you are intelligent. It has nothing to do with your record at Harvard or Yale or any university. Do you understand what I'm trying to get across? Yeah. But number one, redefine every word you've been taught in America. You are defeated by the very fact that you don't look at the words you use. The very fact that you go into a discussion, male-female relation, educational factor, fight crime, without even saying, well, how are we going to define crime? How are we going to define education? How are we going to define the purpose of the Black family? Do you know that we have the right to determine any social arrangement called family that we want to? There's no such thing as any sacred family. White folks don't represent what a real family should be. Do you know that the family is reflective of the social political conditions under which a people survive? That we as black people have the right to say, wait a minute, looking at our current reality, looking at the future problems we want to solve, we believe that the best way to arrange a family and for black men and white women to relate is this way. It has nothing to do with the way white is doing. But we've never even thought of that fact. We have that right. That's right. You see, we never realized that we can define family in the way we want. Feel like it. That's because we don't have a sense of people. And we don't have a sense of nation. When you think of yourself as a people, and when you think of yourself as a nation, then you know that a people and a nation have a right to make their own laws and rules. It's only when you lose that group of people that you think you have to go and get authority to redefine yourself and develop yourself from another people. And therefore you're destroyed by accepting the definitions of other people and trying to impose those definitions on your situation, even though you live in vastly different situations. What do I say? You can't be like white folk, just like white folk. Why? Unless you are what? White folk. Because people live not in terms of just their skin, they live in particular social, political, economic, historical situations. And their personalities, their minds, and so their relationships and so forth are intricately related to the situations and circumstances under which they live. People then who do not live within the reality of their situation and live within their own sense of destiny and values and so forth are people who live outside of themselves and literally people who live out of their mind. And so you have a group of people who are trying to act like another group of people who are in completely different set of circumstances and situations. You're going to have people who are dysfunctional. Let me rush through that time is moving. Take your time. We got like to come back. We have a confusion of money with income. we have to define what an economy is. A lot of us confuse money as economy. Having money is not having an economy. Economies existed prior to money. An economy ultimately is a set of social relations between people, ladies and gentlemen, not money, social relations. A systematic set of relationships between people. A crowd at a football stadium is not an economic system. This is a bunch of people with money in their pockets. Okay? The people who get their money are the people who have the what? The system. The hot dog business, they got a system. And they supplement the money out of those people's pockets. Would it be interesting if those people bought their own hot dogs and was whole business? Then they got what? If the fans themselves had what? An economic system, they would have cheaper hot dogs, cheaper beer, they would have so many advantages if they thought of themselves and say, hey man, we're going to relate not just to the crowd of people hollering rah, we're going to relate as an economic system. You see all this ball game going on. Now they got all of that money and they're sitting there in one place, but they're not an economy. This is a similar situation that we are in this week. We are the 9th to 10th richest nation on this earth in terms of our income. We spend more money here than Canada and many other nations. We, in fact, have a very high level, relatively speaking, of human resources, of people who have administrative skills and other kind of skills that other nations in this world would envy. But we are not a nation. We are a bunch of people who have a lot of knowledge, and we exist as well. Individuals. Skills exist as well. Individuals. People with money exist as individuals. But people with systems come in and value our money right out of our money. If though we related to each other in very definite social ways, then we could use our own money, you see, and then we could increase our wealth and develop our wealth. That is why, as I reported earlier, you see, the lack of trust, the lack of reliability, the lack of not getting a kick when you buy something from black people instead of white folks. All of that has been implanted for economic reasons. Every maladjusted characteristic that you find in the black personality it serves an economic function for Europeans. Could you just stop and think about it for a minute? Your lack of self-confidence means that you don't want to take any risk in going into business. So therefore, you will not risk reputation and challenge the other people. The other people with self-confidence come and go into business in your community. People who want to take risks will go into business in your community. The people who relate to each other socially, such that they can pool their money together, go in business in your community. People who rely on their relationship with the other, go in business in your community. People, I mentioned the other day on the radio show that blacks, 12 or 13% of this population, they buy 34% of the cosmetics. Because one of the reasons is we are unhappy about our African features and we seek to alter those features. And therefore, we support a whole cosmetic industry because of the attitude we have toward our own people. Do you think that these people will ever get you to be happy with your looks? As a matter of fact, I think it was Chanel or somebody told somebody, look, there's no such thing as natural beauty. You know what she said? Natural beauty is our enemy. She's in the cosmetic. So we never want to tell people there's something called what? Natural beauty. Are you kidding? We must tell them that beauty can only be taken from a jar. Or else get out of it. So consequently, then you must make people all have a certain feeling of unbeauty when they are not what? Cosmetized. And it is out of this feeling of inadequacy that wealth is created. And therefore, those people who create the wealth must maintain those people in this feeling of inadequacy. Therefore, feeling inadequate about yourself is a large source of money for whites. And therefore, they will never let you out. I don't care how many songs you sing and how much you say black is beautiful, until you know it and act it within yourself. It's never you alive. go from characteristic to characteristic. We don't have time to do it tonight. But you have to realize these characteristics have been put into us for very definite economic reasons. You have to think you can fly like those ads do with those sneakers on. Foolish. Chinese working 16 hours a day. What, $3 a week, 2 weeks off for a year, something like that. Sneakers cost maybe $10, $15 to make, others you for $175. You're so foolish, you'll go out, kill somebody, and snatch them up other people's feet. Amazing situation. You have to be out of your mind to go for that. We have a lack of understanding of the relationship between wealth and power and government. Government is about money. It's about wealth. A lot of people think it's about models. We want our children to have models. No, you want those politicians to shoot that money in your direction. It's not just what good is thinking being elected to an unemployed man. Is he supposed to feel less hungry because Lincoln was elected? Or Wild was elected down there in Virginia? That didn't change my employment situation one whit. And it didn't change the employment situation for maybe of a handful of blacks who may get a few jobs, the slogans. But what does it really mean in the deepest sense of the word? So what do we get? We elect people so that we can get what we call vicarious pleasure out of their being elected. No, other people elect people so they can raise the treasury. I mean, that's what the deal is about. We elect people because they said we're going to get you more houses, we're going to get you more welfare, we're going to get the money, bring the money. Outside the house. The New York Board of Education spends over $6 billion. That's just one unit of New York City. The New York Board of Education is still basically controlled by Jews, white folks, even though 80% of the students are black and Hispanic. Why are they continuing to hold on to this board and hold on to the system, even though their children are not in it? Because it's what? Money. That money makes millionaires. People, do you understand? They feed their teachers through the majority of the system. They feed the construction industry. They feed the vendors of all types and kinds. In other words, they can pass on those billions of dollars to their merchants. And they don't have to have a hash brain in their head to make it. You see, they tell you have to be real smart enough. That's not it. You have to have connections to be smart. You have to have connections to be what? Rich. That's all. What man sits, your group is sitting on the board, and your group then passes you the what? The money. And you create millionaires because you can do it the money. That's why they're still on the board. Think about the wealth that I could have if I really sold the New York Board of Education chalk, pencils. I could be a retard and get wealth behind that. All you have to do is order the pencil or the chalk from what? The manufacturer as a middleman and what? Take it over to the Board of Education and have them have you check that, and you got money. You see? But we are not taught to think in terms of government and office and so forth as money and wealth creation and the redistribution of wealth. We are made to think of the elected people as symbols and models and do not demand a redistribution of the wealth once they get into office. Why do you think these people spend millions of dollars to get their man into office or in an office that may pay $25,000 or $30,000? You understand? You wouldn't have to have politicians running to get you more welfare if they're running in their election to office. They shift those millions and billions of dollars into your community to the people. No more welfare for you. You got the money coming directly. It's your money anyway. You pay taxes, don't you? But again, miseducation is not understanding the relationship between government and money, politics and money, as a struggle for the people. We do not understand, of course, the economic historic reflection we've had. I mentioned here, we don't have a sense of territoriality. We just let anybody come in, take out any amount of money they want to, do whatever they want to, and leave. There's only a group of people that will let this happen. Limited vision. Some people say, well, you can't give it to like capitalism. That's because we don't think, you must recognize that we are African people all over the globe. And we are a large people. When you think of African economics, you must not only think of economics within the United States, you must think of African economics as a global system and developing a global African economic system. Now, when you think of an African economic system, you're not just talking about 30 million or 40 million African people in America. You're talking now, what, 300, 400, 500 million of people. You're talking about countries where your movies could be sold, countries where your services could be sold. You're talking about millions and millions of people who can be engaged in this. But it's because, again, we have been permitted our vision to be narrow, that we have not seen the tremendous possibilities that we have. Oh, we don't have to. 2 minutes. I wanted to mention, and I'll just do the outline here. And I just want to mention here, by the way, we can talk about how people buying sneakers and BMWs. I want to indicate, of course, that the black middle class is no better than the drug dealers on a certain level either. What was the consuming symbols? Objects. Both are not investing in the real money, where black middle class is very poor in terms of wealth. Very little money in real productive investments, little money in stocks, little money in bonds, relatively little in real estate, business, and we almost, doesn't even count. The 256th business on the, the 500 list. The number 256 business on that business list, the white business, earns as much as, what was it? How many of it is people like to recall there? 100 black businesses on the Black Enterprise magazine. You say what I'm saying? And you have nerve enough to black no class saying you're only different from white folk in the color of your skin. You're very different from white folk. You're not even getting to approach white folk. If I can say you go to school to learn the same thing white folk learn, frankly, you could learn the same thing white folk learn by going to school with white folk. Because one of the first things you would learn was that white folk own their own university. There's no animal like this black middle class animal. And he acts like white folk. He thinks we're going to dress like white folk, eat like white folk, act like white folk. Doesn't talk like white folk. Like grades, like schooling like white folk. You gotta be kidding yourself. If you act like white, you know who acts most like white folk if you want to play the barber cut. That's why he's fighting some stuff. Because we talk the same talk they talk. I don't want to speak with you, I don't want to live with you. I want to have my own territory control, my own wealth. I want to own my own business. I want to own my own houses. I want to deal with you in terms of power, not begging. And it's fighting to the death. But the Negroes supposed to act like white folks. Let me live with you, love me. Look at me on my collar. Accept me, Send my children to you, even though you say you hate their guts. White folks don't act like that. Don't flatter yourself. We are separated from our African history. That's one of the reasons why we're in trouble. We're in this people. You think history is merely a remembering of famous events. You think history is there merely to stroke your ego, to make you feel good about yourself. I have criticized very straightforwardly black folks approaching history as hero worship and searching out great people. That is a part of it, ladies and gentlemen. But history is much broader than the worshiping of heroes. History is real and concrete in its effect. History has 1,000 answers to 1,000 questions. You must not only ask history about what great heroes you've had. You must ask history about how do I solve this problem? How do I deal with this issue in my life? What methods and techniques have we used to cope with this issue and this situation? When you study, for instance, the history of the African family, you recognize that there was no such thing as the African family. There were a variety of African families, and African families evolved. And therefore, when you look at the problems facing the black family, you don't have to look at white folks. You look at your own history and then see under what circumstances black folks did Africans take this family down, take this approach or that approach, and how did this approach solve particular problems or issues? Why is it that we buy the idea that a father is the only one who can raise a boy into manhood? We bought that from Europeans. Now, what a trap we're in when you buy the idea that the father, the biological father, is the only one who can raise a boy appropriately to manhood. Then you have a system that splits the biological father off from the family. Now you're faced with a problem. But then if you look back into your own anthropological history, you will see one of the ways we raised boys to manhood was not through the effort of the single biological father, right? But the rearing of the boy into manhood was the responsibility of all male adults. Therefore, our families do not necessarily have to be crippled by an absent father if we look appropriately at our own history. But you don't look and say, you'd be surprised with the wisdom and the knowledge and the greatness that our people have. Don't be confused oldness as being out of date. Don't confuse the idea of primitive as being less than what is new. European ideology and philosophy is regressive. It is backward and destructive. There is much more wisdom in our people and the history of our people that is current today in European philosophy and ideology. But you have to ask the right question. You have to go in with questions in mind. Being separated from your history then is a terrible situation to be in. And it has nothing to do with just forgetting your history. To be separated from your history is to be robbed of skills, to be robbed of coping techniques. I'm going to have to come back to you and talk to you about this because I'll have to deal with this concept of social amnesia. Yes, amnesia. Amnesia has been deliberately inculcated in the minds of black people. Your children and our children having problems remembering their lessons is deliberately set in. You must forget many things in order to be service to these other people. You must not have a long memory. The Jews in New York now having a fit about Bishop Tutu being in Dinkins' campaign, Dinkins' inauguration. Why? Because Bishop Tutu had nerve enough to tell them that they should forgive the Germans. And now they said, don't bring it in. We don't want to be speaking from him. He doesn't know Jewish people. We don't forget like that. We're going to hold these Germans responsible for what they've done. And we're going to continue to hunt them down and punish them and deal with them for what they've done to our people. In fact, you Bible reading Negroes misread history altogether and misread the Bible socially. If you really believe in that Old Testament, if you really believe correctly, you'd be tearing up this nation. Get you into this thing. The Lord will take care. No way. No, sir. Reread that Old Testament again. All right. Reread Moses killing of 3,000 people. And figure out why he had to kill 3,000 people at the bottom of that mountain. You remember that? No, because you know, in your little Sunday school, they just talk about the law, because they skipped over that part, right? The Bible is a whole lesson in statecraft, a whole lesson in intelligence gathering, war, war, and the whole, this is why these people who are less than 3% of the U.S. population literally run this country. Because of that Old Testament, because the Old Testament teaches them all this kind of technology there is in the world, because you see it all there. Moses comes down, and why does he go up on the mountain? He goes up on the mountain because apparently these people are not even Jews in the religious sense of the word yet. Otherwise, you would have it need to go up on the mountain to do what? Yeah, to get the laws of the road. Apparently, they're in great disorder, aren't they? They're fighting among themselves. They're having terrific problems, but they got to survive among their enemies. Moses then has got to go up on that mountain and come down with a unified system of values and orientation and to lay on these people because he knows they cannot survive among their enemies if they do not have this unity. And he goes up and brings the rules down. And then he sees some party and sends it up and carrying on, making gold calves and all the other stuff, worshiping the other people's gods. They're still worshiping Egyptian gods, by the way. The gold calves are an Egyptian god, right? And what does he tell them? All of you who believe and go with me, what? That's okay. Those of you who don't, what? Stand there. And then what did he do to those who stood there? Out, slain on the spot. Why? Because we can't survive this division among ourselves. These places here, and you read and misread. You don't read the Bible, you read into the Bible. Because people have already set your mind up in such a way that you can't see what's right in front of your eyes. Yes. How many of you read about the killing of the 24,000 Israelites for hanging out with Midianite women? Read, ladies and gentlemen. When did God desert these people? When they forgot who they were, when they forgot their identity, when they forgot their personal relationship with their God, start worshiping the gods and values of other people, start speaking the language of other people and getting hung up in other people and whatever. Every time they did it, into bondage, into prison. They have learned that lesson well. You who call yourself children of Israel have not learned the lesson well. And they don't forget it. You were willing for a cup of coffee and a hot dog, sitting by a white person, to forget all of the degradation that your ancestors went through at the white person. You must have amnesia in order to live that way and feel comfortable with the murderers and killers of your people. And people who still have it in their mind to enslave your children and use your children in the future. You gotta have a fixed mentality in order to be comfortable with that situation. And that's why you should see the fixed mentality in the classrooms and other places. This is economically family, ladies and gentlemen. It's all put together. So the Father wants the same thing. You must forget your history. Because if you look back at that history, you will find Africans able to raise money using an African system that the Koreans still use today, that other groups still use today to take over your community. But because you have forgotten that system, you forgot your history, you forgot that means of raising money for getting control of your economic situation. Don't have that read an article here where Africans in the Cameroon, for instance, using the old African system. Maybe some of you want to do a little research on it and get the New York Times, Monday, November 30th, 1987, of how these Africans are really, literally almost running the standard European system out of business by using an old African way of raising money, therefore not having to pay high interest, all the other kinds of things that we get into when we deal with Europeans. To the point where, as is indicated here, when Africa says, I have attended countries that is African method of raising money, where the monthly pot is $1 million. These are poor people, but no, people were able to come together. But you've forgotten those skills because you forgot your history. Your whole life and your present depends upon remembering what you learned in the past. If you forgot everything you learned in the past, then you forget how to walk. You forget how to talk. You forget how to function. Your past is your present. History is never left back there. It's always right here. And the experience you have in the present is filtered through what you call history in your mind. But there's no such thing as history in the human mind. It is present. And you must bring back that present. We don't have time. We'll have to leave because we got to catch the train. But I want to, in the future, come back now and deal with the kind of methods and so forth. I just want to leave you quickly with the idea of why economic development. You've been sold economics in terms of jobs. I want to impress on you again that if we don't have economic development, we're going to continue in economic tendency. And that means that we will continue to be vulnerable as a people. The Europeans are reorganizing, and that has ominous implications for us as African people. I have here a book, a magazine that talks about the Pacific Century. This is Newsweek, February 22nd, 1988. If you get a little time, go pick it up. Human capital, the decline of America's workforce. There was another video talking about America in decline. All of these have implications for us as people. European ambassador here was talking the other day. The gentleman that was talking to him said, well, now that Europe is reorganizing and so forth, will there be anybody in the United States concerned with Africa? The white ambassador says, I hope so. The man asked him again, he says, I hope so. In other words, it's over in a sense, because now you have other people, other nations, Eastern Europeans will also be trying to get a piece of the economic pie to develop their own countries. So now money that used to be pretty much available to so-called quote third world countries and non-communist countries. These Europeans have become very smart, all of a sudden they become non-communist overnight. And see, one thing I can say you can congratulate the Europeans about, when they bump against the hard wall of reality, they don't mind switching up. But it's the Negro that holds on, you know. And now these certain non-capitalist people will be out here getting the European bucks and dollars that the Africans used to have a bit of access to. And the issue is now, where is that going to leave Africa as a nation? And where these Europeans are talking about locking the United States out of their market to a greater degree as possible. Well, you know what that means then for Black people in the United States. We're going to be the first to suffer and suffer the most. These people do not intend to give this economic control to the Japanese. They are now reorganizing themselves against the Japanese as a people. And I also ask the question, are we then to get from under the European heel only to fall under the Asian one? And these Asians, despite the fact that they are non-white, are not going to treat you any better than the white folk have treated you. So you have to get off of this bag about, well, they're not white folk, you know. No way. You must understand what is going on. You have to understand the relationship between economic and political influence. There is no real political influence without economic power. You have to understand that. Nkrumah finally understood that. He thought that like any African is elected in the heads of nations, that Africans would really have power. He learned ultimately though that the Europeans still had the real power in African countries because they had the African economic system under their control. The election of Black people to office is not power. It is ultimately the use and development of money and economics that represents power for us as people. Otherwise, the Jews who represent less than 3% of this population could not outweigh Black people who represent about 15% of the Black population. Your votes are not the ultimate statement of power. The ultimate statement of power is money, wealth, and economic control. You must understand that you're not going to gain any respect from people careers and everyone else while your own children must starve. It's not economics of science. You must understand economics is about life. The AIDS virus has been released on you. Other viruses are getting ready to be released on you. The new kind of warfare will not be warfare with bombs, will not be warfare with laser weapons, but it will be silent warfare where you'll be killed in your bed. You must understand that. Where the disease will just eat you up and eat your life. Your crops will be diseased. Your wealth will be changed and focused to the advantage of another people. You understand what I'm saying? That means that the new warfare is about in terms of intellect and economics. It means then that germ warfare is fought this way. You release the germ. The population of whom the germ is released must have the intellectual talent and the institutions to develop vaccines and other medicines to defeat the germs. Or else they're going. You understand? Which means then that if you do not have the university, if you do not have the medical research institutions, if you do not have the hospital system, if you do not have the distribution system, you're going to die as a result of germ warfare. But it means, though, if you're going to have the institutions, you must have the economic system to support the institution. That's why you must ask yourself when you're teaching your children, knowledge for what? It is not enough even for children to be Afrocentric or even for children to have scientific knowledge and skills and that alone. They must also have institutions owned and run by their own people for their own purposes to work here, or else they would be Afrocentric and work for the enemy against themselves as people. Thank you very much.
Oh,
just let me take a moment to thank.
All right, family, that was the economic section of today's show, lesson, whatever you want to call it. Bear with me as I proceed to the next part. That was the great ancestor, Dr. Amos Wilson. We are now going to move on to Malik Zulu Shabazz and Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Also, Stokely Carmichael. Powerful. Bear with.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, and Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, the young warrior. I would like to say that every entity that is participating in
the daily life, daily time during our college years. This brother is bold, he's young, he's ready to take on the world like a true Black champion. I want to bring on my brother, my friend, my comrade, a brother that's representing the Black masses for the liberation of our people all over the world. You know him, Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz.
All praise is due to Allah in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the Black God, the Black man's God, the God of our forefathers, the supreme being, the God of Nat Turner, the God of Harriet Tubman, the God of Sojourner Truth, the God of Denmark Vesey, the God of Marcus Garvey, the God who appeared in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, the God of Elijah Muhammad, the God of Malcolm X, the God of Huey Newton, the God of justice, the black man's God. In the names of our ancestors, I greet you all here at Howard University in the greeting, words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotel. One God, one aim, one enemy. All praise is due to Allah. Let's get ready to rumble. I see Richard Cohen came, but he ran out and left because the fire's about to get hot in here tonight. He ran out like a punk and a sissy, but we ready to get busy up here tonight. Unity Nation will never bow down to the white man. We will never bow down to the so-called Jew. There is no God but Allah. We bow down to God and God alone. We will continue to fight this struggle till either one of us submits or dies in the process. We will never bow down, never. As I walk through the Holocaust Museum with my brother, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, as we boldly walk through the Jewish Holocaust Museum, I empathize with their suffering. But yes, I must concur with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad that the Black Holocaust was absolutely 100 times worse than the Jewish Holocaust or any other Holocaust that ever existed on the planet Earth. The Black Holocaust is the worst Holocaust of all. As we boldly walk through the Jewish Holocaust Museum, I empathize with their suffering. But yes, I must concur with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad that the Black Holocaust was absolutely 100 times worse than the Jewish Holocaust or any other Holocaust that ever existed on the planet Earth. The Black Holocaust is the worst Holocaust of all time. All praises to Allah. Under your own wicked United Snakes Constitution, First Amendment, I repeat, under your own United Snakes Constitution, First Amendment, you tell me that I have the right to freedom of speech. You say I have the right to freedom of assembly, and I'm going to use that right, and I'm going to take that right to the best of my ability. Back up your own wicked constitution, you hypocrites. Stop telling me how to suffer. Don't tell me how to organize and how to organize out of my suffering. Don't tell me how to take the pain and the hell that you've given my people. I will strike back in any way, by any means necessary after all the hell that you put me under. I'll do whatever it takes to get your foot up off of my neck. This is not a hate event tonight, it's a love event. It's a love event. We have Black Christians in the audience, Black Muslims in the audience, Pan-Africanists, nationalists, students, middle class, lower class. We got the whole universal Black nation. We're not fighting each other tonight. We're not killing each other tonight. We're here under a banner of peace, a banner of love. This is a love event tonight, brothers and sisters. Don't be fooled by this white man. It's time, Howard University, that the students raise up and stand on the square of truth. It's time for the students to take our role and responsibility as Black college students to serve the Black nation. We can no longer continue to be the buffer zone between the oppressed and the oppressor. We can no longer continue to stand between the enemy and our people. If we continue this policy, Howard University students, the masses of the people will eat us alive. The masses of the people will continue to take your lunch money and beat you up after school if you keep punking out and acting like some bourgeois faggot. Stand up, Howard University. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Stand up, Howard. All praise is due to Allah. Connie Chung, the white media and the white man, Unity Nation has been organizing strong, hard for the last 5 years. Day and night, night and day, we've been bringing Dr. Khalid Muhammad to the campus, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan to the campus. We've been in your dorm rooms, in your classroom, putting up posters and flyers to educate you on your role and responsibility towards the Black community. And now you, Connie Chung, you come around. You just like your brother Columbus. You just got here yesterday and think you discovered what I've been doing. You're a Johnny come lately that just got here yesterday. We've been struggling on the front lines for years. And now, as they pointed out, the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan and the Black Revolution has trickled down into the Black college students. That's what they're afraid of, that the message has now trickled down into the Black college students. And we certainly stand with the Honorable Louis Farrakhan as he has called for 1 million men to march on Washington. 1 million Black men to march on Washington. Not some booked up, fixed up march. We demand justice and we will stand with Louis Farrakhan. How many Black men will be there? How many brothers will be there? How many Black men back the Honorable Louis Farrakhan? Don't take offense. Black woman, we have to get our act together as men. You've carried the burden for us too long. You've done things for the white man that you didn't want to do to protect us. It's time for us to stand up and take our places as men. And brothers, don't ever let us catch you out there with a white woman. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. We will come and get you after the Black Holocaust. What self-respecting Jew, what self-respecting Jewish person would bring home a German woman to his Jewish mother? After the Black Holocaust is the worst Holocaust in history, how dare you bring that skunk home to us? I come in the name of Allah, in the name of the Black Christ, the Black Messiah. I come in the name of the Black Revolutionary. I'm honored to stand with Brother Steve Coakley. I'm honored to stand with Dr. Tony Martin. I'm honored to stand with my big brother, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I'm honored to stand with Brother Leonard Jeffrey. We will hear our Black scholars, no matter who says it, and no matter who likes it, we will determine our leadership for ourselves. We will determine our leaders. You had 400 years to give us leaders and you failed. And if you lay a hand on Steve Coakley, all hell is gonna break loose. If you lay a hand on Tony Martin, all hell is gonna break loose. If you lay a hand on Dr. Khalid Muhammad, all hell is gonna break loose. If you lay a hand on Dr. Leonard Jeffries, all hell is gonna break loose. If you lay a hand on Louis Farrakhan, we're gonna go crazy. We'll go crazy. We'll set your cities on fire. We'll make the LA riots look like a picnic. We'll be killing our enemy all over the country. Leave Louis Farrakhan alone. Otherwise, we're going to get busy with you. We are not going to continue to feed our leaders to you like feeding meat to wild dogs and wild beasts. And to the Jewish community, you keep attacking the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. And as long as you attack him, I'm going to attack you with the truth. You just like J. Edgar Hoover. You're attacking all Black people because you want to stop the rise of a Black Messiah. It's just like you stopped the rise of the first Messiah, Jesus. Just like you killed Jesus, you want to kill the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, but you're not going to get away with it. We will strike back and destroy you in the most vicious manner if you come against the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. And if we'll do all that for them, and you know what I'm going to do if you come after me. All praise is due to Allah. Stop telling me to be careful. Be afraid, look out. Tell the white man to be afraid because the Black man is standing up today. Resist the devil and the devil will flee from you. I'm not afraid. Yeah, we already dying. What the hell do we care about dying? We already dying. And besides that, I'm not a martyr. I'm a killer. All praise is due to her. I'm studying your law, your education, your school system, but I'm not your slave. I will never bow down to you. As I get prepared to bring on Dr. Tony Martin, the man who certainly fought hard on the front lines. We have some of the Black nation's best scholars here tonight. But again, the Black Holocaust is the most vicious, worst and malicious Holocaust ever to exist in the annals of time, brothers and sisters. So stop being soft on your enemy. Stop being weak with your enemy. Look how they did in Somalia. Look how they did after the imperialists went into Somalia when our brothers struck back. Look how they did when they shot the white man's helicopters out the sky in Somalia. I know some of you didn't like it, but I said all praise is due to Allah. That was the happiest day since the LA riots for me. The only way you get justice is when you make justice, brothers and sisters. They didn't want to let the LA 4 go like they let them go. It was you who made them go because they knew there was Reginald Denny's driving in trucks all over the country. They knew that you had the potential to snatch crackers out their trucks all over the country. So they let them brothers go because you rising up. You pumped them out. You pumped them out. So as I conclude and prepare on to bring Dr. Martin on, I don't speak for all Howard University students. No, I don't. I don't speak for the weaker ones. I don't speak for the buck dancers. I speak for the ones who are ready to rise up and take your place in history. I speak for those ones. As I conclude, the Black Holocaust is still going on today. They're waging war against Black males. They're waging war against young Black men. And in the National Institute of Health, they are still studying us and saying that we're criminals by nature. And they're studying, trying to find drugs and to go in to the young Black males to cool out our aggressiveness because they're saying we're monkeys in the wild. How can this white man call us criminals by nature? He's the #1 criminal. He's the #1 murderer. He's the #1 liar.
Thank you very much for the beautiful introduction. Thank you very much, Brother Malik Shabazz, for inviting me here for this historic occasion tonight. As Brother Shabazz and others have said, we live in a very exciting time, a time when our people are rising up, a time when we will no longer bow down, as Brother Malik said. My topic for tonight is the African Holocaust. Our people have suffered grievously for the last 500 years. Our people have suffered so much in the last 500 years that it's one of the great miracles of history that any of us have survived at all. Our people have survived the greatest Holocaust, the greatest onslaught that any people, any race of people has ever been called upon to face in the whole of human history. Our people have been called upon to face a struggle where other people who have faced lesser struggles have died. As we look around the world today, we see any number of people who have died, who have disappeared from the face of the earth, who had to deal with the kind of struggle that our people have had to fight in the last 500 years. If we look at the Caribbean, 500 years ago, when Columbus lost his way and stumbled upon the Caribbean islands, he met a race of people in the Caribbean islands, people called Arawaks or Caribs. According to the Spanish chroniclers and historians who came shortly after Columbus, the island of Hispaniola, to take one island in the Caribbean, was one of the most populous islands they'd ever seen. Some historians estimate that there were anything from 600,000 to perhaps 11 million people on the island of Hispaniola in 1492, when Columbus, 10,000 miles off course, stumbled upon that island. Within about 40 or 50 years of Columbus's arrival in Hispaniola, there were a few hundred Arawaks left. A whole race of people had disappeared from the face of the earth. The same thing happened in the other islands. The same thing happened in Cuba, in Puerto Rico, in Jamaica, in the Bahama Islands, later on in the other islands as well. You have a whole race of people who disappeared from the face of the earth when called upon to face the kind of onslaught that African peoples have been fighting for the last 500 years. You look around other parts of the world and the story, this dismal story repeats itself over and over again. You come to North America, to the Native Americans, you go to Central America, to South America, you go to Australia with the Aborigines. Australia, a country which for years was bold-faced enough to have what they called a whites-only immigration policy. A country which was once the domain of black people, where they exterminated almost entirely the native black race. You have a case of Tasmania, the large island south of Australia, where every single black, white, black man, woman, and child in Tasmania was wiped out, totally wiped out by the white usurpers. And the story repeats itself over and over again, and that's the kind of beast that African people have been struggling with for the last 500 years. People who have committed genocide, who have perpetrated holocausts everywhere they went as they expanded overseas, beginning in the 15th century, in the 1400s, beginning with the Portuguese and the Spaniards, later on with the British and the French and the Dutch and the Danes and the others. You can trace the history of European expansion overseas by its history of genocide. Everywhere they went, they committed genocide. So I say the only reason why Africans have survived is, first of all, because there were so many of us to begin with. Secondly, because of our great resilience. We were born fighters. We fought a good fight, a fight that nobody else fought. The mere fact of having survived in that situation where other people succumbed entirely is in itself a great triumph, a great epic, one of the great epics of human history. We survived because we had great enlightened leadership. We have been blessed as a race of people over the years with enlightened, fearless leadership. We have been blessed over the years with leaders who were dedicated to the people, who were honest, who had a correct ideology. In recent years, that ideology has manifested itself in a variety of forms of African or Black nationalism. The methods used by the Europeans to exterminate us or to exterminate other people were legion. Sometimes the Europeans waged total war against the unfortunate people they came in contact with. Sometimes they waged wanton destruction. In the case of the Caribbean in Hispaniola, the island which today is shared by Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the Spanish abolitionist priest, Bartolomé de las Casas, tells us that the Spaniards in Hispaniola and the other islands after Columbus waged wanton destructive fury upon the native inhabitants. They would go competitions among themselves to see who could kill the most so-called Indians. They call them Indians. Who could kill the most Indians in a day. They would go competitions among themselves to see who among the Spaniards could cut off an Indian so-called head with one blow of the sword. They would gather the Indian so-called notables in a large building, set the building on fire. They would barbecue the Arawaks, 13 at a time, in honor of Jesus Christ and his 12 apostles. Kill them, burn them to death, barbecue them. They would, according to Las Casas, they would cut off the limbs of Indian children and throw them to the dogs. Sometimes they supplemented their wanton destruction by the use of disease. The Europeans introduced a variety of new diseases that Africans and Aborigines and people in the Caribbean had never experienced before. Smallpox, as you all know from the North American experience with the smallpox blankets, which were given to the Native Americans. Smallpox became an instrument of genocide and destruction. The same was true of syphilis. They blamed the so-called Indians in Hispaniola for giving them syphilis, but in fact, the only documented evidence we have about the spread of syphilis is that syphilis moved around the world in the wake of European expansion. Wherever Europeans went, they took syphilis. If you trace the history of syphilis around the world, you find you can trace the history of syphilis around the world by looking at when the Europeans, quote unquote, discovered any particular area. If the Europeans got to Senegal in 1505, but that's when syphilis came to Senegal. And if they got to Nigeria in 1506, that's when syphilis first appears in Nigeria. And if they got to South Africa in 1511, that marks the beginning of syphilis in South Africa. Everywhere that the Europeans went, syphilis was originally named after whichever kind of European brought it to them. In some places, syphilis was a French disease because the Frenchmen brought it to them. In some places, it was the English disease because it was the English who brought it to them. In some other areas, it was the Portuguese disease and so on. And in the case of syphilis, you have a most bizarre and alarming parallel in the history of AIDS in the last few years. Syphilis in the 1500s was the AIDS of that period in time. As the Europeans moved around the world destroying, yes, there were collaborators from among the conquered people. Yes, there were African collaborators. But don't for a minute believe, as some have tried to argue recently, that somehow the African traitors who collaborated with the white Jews and Gentiles were somehow equal in guilt to those who brought slavery and destruction to their land. Every struggle in the history of the world has always had its collaborators, its traitors. During the Second World War, you had people they called Quislings in Europe, Norway, elsewhere, who collaborated with the Nazis. During the Second World War, you had Zionists, Jews, Zionists, who collaborated with the Nazis. During the American War of Independence, You had Americans who collaborated with the British. Jesus Christ had his Judas. So collaboration is nothing new. But collaboration does not make the primary responsibility. The collaborators themselves were nothing but secondary factors in a destruction which was engineered out of Europe. Out of all these factors came the slave trade. The slave trade was the real crux of our particular Holocaust. Slavery and the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, which brought us here to the Americas. One of the major means of genocide by which the Europeans perpetrated the slave trade was by rationalizing the slave trade. It's very interesting, but even though the slave trade was a physical thing, which involved the total physical destruction of hundreds of millions of our people, an important part of that genocidal destruction has to do with the intellectual pretexts, the excuses, the rationales that the Europeans came up with. Before the Europeans killed us, they felt it necessary to justify what they were doing. For a while, they just justified our enslavement by saying that we were not Christian, we were heathens. Some of the Roman Catholics began Christianizing the slaves, so it became impossible to argue that we were not Christians, and that was the reason. So they looked at other pretexts to justify their genocide. Sooner or later, they came to the pretext that we weren't human. Thomas Jefferson, the great founding father, he wrote a book called Notes on the State of Virginia in the 1700s, in which he argued that Africans were less than human. Hence, they should be justifiably enslaved. Most of the major intellectual figures in Europe said the same thing. Hegel, great German philosopher, a whole bunch of them said the same thing. Africans were less than human, therefore they could justifiably be enslaved. In other words, they were setting up an intellectual justification for genocide. The most pernicious of all of these intellectual justifications for genocide was what they came to call the Hamitic myth. The idea that somehow we were cursed by God himself. But God himself had ordained that Africans would always be slaves. And the blame for this Hamitic myth, which ultimately resulted in the death of maybe 300 million or more of our people, lies with the Jewish rabbis, the people who invented the Talmud. The so-called Talmudic sages, the people who put together that most holy of Jewish books. It was in the Talmud, the so-called Babylonian Talmud, 1,000 years before the African slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, that is. 1,000 years, 300-400 AD, that is when the Jewish rabbis, so-called sages, invented the Hamitic myth, put the curse of God on Africans. And that was the myth 1,000 years later, which was revived by Jew and Gentile slaveholder alike. And that myth became the basis, the intellectual basis for the destruction of maybe 300 million or more of our people. That's right. The Hamitic myth came out of the book of Genesis in the Bible. The book of Genesis claimed that Noah had gotten drunk in his tent. His son Ham had looked upon him in his nakedness. Noah supposedly came to eventually and cursed Ham's son Canaan and his children after him for having gazed upon Noah in his nakedness. And there the story ended in the book of Genesis. It was the Jewish sages who then injected a racial component and somehow invented the fact that Ham somehow was the first African, and that the curse on Ham in the Bible therefore was a curse on Africans. And it was this curse then which became a justification, the intellectual underpinning for our Holocaust. That's right. There are many sources for this information. The source that I like to quote is one which I quoted here in my book, The Jewish Onslaught, and I'm going to read it for you from the Jewish scholar Harold D. Brackman. Brackman has been going around the country of late, writing letters to the New York Times. I even saw a letter of his in the black press and all, saying that people like myself are misquoting him. Brackman made the mistake of writing a PhD dissertation in 1977 from UCLA. His dissertation is called The Ebb and Flow of History. It's a study of Black-Jewish relations up to 1900. The arrogance and intolerance and ignorance of people who oppress us is absolutely amazing sometimes. They feel that they can write things in their books for their own consumption, but they underestimate our intelligence to such an extent that somehow when they write this foolishness in their books, they figure we will never have the sense to go and read their books and quote them. And of course, when we quote them and when they realize to their great consternation that not only can we read and write, but we are a million times smarter than they are. Because let's face it, the intellectual superiority claimed by those who oppress us is nothing but a big bubble. And we are fortunate enough to be living in a time when that bubble is being comprehensively burst. And that's the reason for hysteria and the madness that we're seeing in the press every day today. That's the reason why day after day in the major media, you can see Jewish colonists saying that Jews never enslaved Africans, when the record is so clear, so well documented by their own historians. Why would supposedly intelligent people paint themselves in a corner? Why would they deny the undeniable? When the evidence to the contrary is so plain for all to see. The reason is because they have underestimated us to such a degree that now that they are faced with the wrath of Black intellectuals, they are forced into hysteria. Let me quote Brackman for you, and I don't care what he wrote in the New York Times, it's incredible. The ability of these folks to tell lies is absolutely amazing. Amazing, totally amazing. Sometimes I think that they are totally incapable of telling the truth. Sometimes I think that if the truth hit them in the head, they wouldn't even know what it was. Let me quote Brackman, sorry. Not Blackman, Brackman. No way he could ever be a black man. Actually, let me quote myself first in the paragraph before I quote Brackman. Here's what I said when I wrote this book. I said, Brackman probably considers his own PhD dissertation, quote unquote, hate propaganda by now. Let me go on to quote Brackman himself. Quote, there is no denying, this is Brackman now, there is no denying that the Babylonian Talmud was the first source to read a Negrophobic, that is a Black-hating, a Negrophobic content into the episode. He's talking here about the curse of Noah, curse of Ham by Noah, in the book of Genesis. He is saying that the Babylonian Talmud, the first, if any of you can get a hold of the letter that Brackman wrote to the various papers, go back and read it and you'll see where he is totally contradicting what he himself is saying here. He is saying here, this is Brackman now, that the Babylonian Talmud, the holy book of the Jews, is the first. There's no qualification. He didn't say one of the first, the first. Without qualification source, to inject this racist foolishness into the curse of Ham's story. He goes on to say, and here is where it begins to get really hot and heavy. Brackman goes on to say that some of these Jewish so-called sages began to embellish the story as they went along and add little frills and details. Some of them began to say that Black folks became black and ugly because of this curse. Black folk got thick lips because of the curse. And black folk got bulging eyes because of this curse. Black folk got black skin because of the curse. According to Brackman, and I know people always think I'm going insane when I say this, but I'm going to quote it for you in a hurry before you think I'm going insane. But according to Brackman, these Jewish rabbinical sages even went so far as to say that black men got long penises because of this curse. This is the holy book of the Jews now. Talmud. Good. And here I'm quoting Brackman. And again, this is the intellectual basis upon which the annihilation of 300 million or more of our people rests. This is the pretext upon which the slave trade was built. Let me quote Brackman, quote, the more important version of the myth, that is the Hamitic myth, however, ingeniously ties in the origins of blackness and of other real and imagined Negroid traits with Noah's curse itself. According to it, that is according to this myth, Ham is told by his outraged father that because you have abused me in the darkness of the night, your children shall be born black and ugly. That's the Talmud. Because Ham has abused Noah in the darkness of the night, his children, that's us, we are his children, according to this myth, will be born black and ugly. So that's the reason why we are black and ugly, because according to the Talmud, Noah cursed Ham, the African, and his children. Yes, sir. Look at it, sir. Because you have twisted your head to cause me embarrassment, they shall have kinky hair and red eyes. So that's the origin of our kinky hair and red eyes. It's all there in the Talmud. Because your lips jested at my exposure, they shall swell. So if you ever wondered why black folk have thick lips, there it is. And of course, the Talmud, like any good piece of literature, leaves the best for last, leaves the punchline for last. And here comes the punchline. And because you neglected my nakedness, they, that is the children of Ham, us, the males at least, because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked with their shamefully elongated male members exposed for all to see. So there you have it, the origin of the long male African penis. It's all there in the Talmud. Could it be a question of jealousy, maybe? I don't know. Just asking. A rhetorical question. So all of this then was the underpinning for the African slave trade, the worst Holocaust in history. The killings began in Africa itself. Lord knows how many millions of Africans died before they even reached the Atlantic Ocean. The historians tell us that sometimes Africans were marched 1,000 miles to the coast. They were held in slavery on the coast sometimes for months, waiting a full cargo for a slave ship. The historians tell us that the Middle Passage, when the Africans were shipped from West Africa to the Americas, North America, South America, Caribbean, wherever, historians estimate that perhaps 1/3 of the slaves who were still alive when they entered the ships died before they hit the Americas. 1/3, a mortality rate of 1/3. You have horror stories of slaves being thrown overboard. There's a famous case concerning a ship called the Zong, where in order to forge an insurance claim, a ship actually threw the slaves overboard and then pretended they were captured by pirates or something and made a false insurance claim because the cargo was insured. Cargo, even the terms they used, cargo. You had the beginnings of the rape of African women on the ships. J.A. Rogers tells us that on the slave ships, the sailors would improvise harems, rape the African women. Some of the women would arrive pregnant in the Americas and would therefore fetch more money because whoever bought them were buying two for the price of one. The slaughter, the Holocaust continued once the slaves hit the New World. C.L.R. James tells us that in Haiti, the average life expectancy for a slave who made it all the way to Haiti was 6 years. It was economically more viable for the slave master to work the slave to death in 6 years rather than treat the slave well, keep him or her to a ripe old age. Economists operate, they draw charts and diagrams and graphs and stuff. And they figure that if they work the slave to the maximum and had the slave die in 6 years, it would be economically better for them. They would make more profits than if they let the slave live a normal life, sleep 8 hours a night, etc., live to an old age. Because once the slave lived to the old age, of course, then the slave became a charge on the slave plantation. The slave owner would have to maintain the slave beyond the capacity of the slave to work. The tortures which were visited upon our people are absolutely amazing. We all know that the whip was the normal accompaniment of the work day of the slaves. Slaves were whipped 100 times, 200 times, 300 times. Slaves were made to walk around with special collars with prongs sticking out. The idea being that they could not sleep. You had this collar around your neck with prongs sticking out. So there was no way you could find a comfortable position to sleep. No matter how you lay down, you'd be in an awkward position. Your neck would be sore and stiff. Slaves were castrated as punishment. Slaves were dismembered, had their limbs cut off, ears cut off, noses, lips cut off. Slaves were branded like animals. Slaves were often denied the right to get married, raise a family. C.L.R. James tells us of a way of destroying slaves in Haiti called burning a little powder in the ass of a nigger, where they would stuff gunpowder into the anus of a slave and blow him up. J.G. Stedman, a British writer who went to Suriname in South America in the late 1700s, he wrote about what he saw there. He saw slaves and he actually drew diagrams, pictures. He wrote about slaves being drawn and quartered, tied to a large wooden structure and just having all the bones broken with a heavy piece of iron or wood or something. The slave would be stretched out on this rack, wooden rack. And somebody would come and literally break all of the slave's bones. There's a picture drawn from life in Stedman's book, narrative of a 5 year expedition against the revolted Negroes of Suriname. He has a picture of a slave who was hung up from a gibbet with a hook, with a chain hanging down and a hook through his ribs. His hands tied behind his back, and he was left there to hang by his ribs until he died. He lay there for about a week. Stedman tells us about a large Jewish settlement in Suriname, a place called Jew Savannah, where the Jews proliferated as slaveholders. Stedman says the Jews in Suriname were the most cruel and wicked of all of the slaveholders. He talks about a Jewish woman who ran a red-hot poker through a slave woman and killed her, red-hot poker. Stedman tells us about a Jewish slave owner called Schultz, who raped the mother of a young slave called Jolly Care. And the rape of mothers was a frequent occurrence in slavery, not only in Suriname, but everywhere that slavery existed. If you've ever wondered why the word motherfucker has become such a term of scorn in our community, that's the reason why. Many a young slave child had to witness because the slaves lived in little one-room cabins. And when the slave master came to rape his mother in the night, there was no privacy. Many a young slave child had to witness his mother being raped by some slave owner. And here you had this Jewish slave owner named Schultz. And Stedman tells us that Jolly Care as a child witnessed his mother being raped by this slave owner. Jolly Care grew up to become a leader of the Maroons in Suriname who waged successful war against the white people. And as fate would have it, the time came when Johnny Kerr grew up to become the leader of rebellious slaves, and he was waging war against the slave owners, and he captured the same Schultz, captured him, the man who had raped his mother. And Schultz told Johnny Kerr, well, look, man, I remember you as a kid, you grew up on my plantation. I know you're not going to kill me now. We have a special relationship. I was good to you. And according to Stedman, Johnny Kerr cut off Schultz's head. He cut his head off, and he played bowls. You know, he went bowling with it on the beach. According to Stedman, Johnny Kerr then flayed Schultz, cut the skin off his back, and used it to keep his powder dry in his cannon. So that was at least one motherfucker who fought his just deserts. So who ran the slave trade? Who perpetrated these atrocities against our people? Who committed this Holocaust against our people? Yes, we know that Arabs were involved in the slave trade. Not so much the transatlantic slave trade, but the slave trade to the east, but slave trade all the same. Yes, we know that Christians were involved in the slave trade. I don't think there's a Christian denomination that wasn't involved in the slave trade. Yeah, we know the Pope was involved. We know there were Jesuit priests in Brazil who had harems of slave women like anybody else. The fact is, however, that as far as I know, none of these people deny their involvement in the slave trade. The only people who deny their involvement in the slave trade and get indignant when you remind them of it is the Jewish element. And if I single out the Jews, it's because they have attempted to deny the undeniable. We are told that in the days of slavery, even though the Christians were the ones who perpetrated the slave trade to a large degree in this country, at the very least, they were heavily represented among the abolitionist societies. We are told that the Jews, as Jews, were fewer and far between as far as the abolitionist movement goes. And now that we, as African scholars, are trying to set the historical record right, we again run into the problem where it is the Jewish scholars and activists and columnists in the major newspapers, they're the ones who have sought to deny their involvement in our slave trade. And their involvement, as I said earlier, is well documented. The largest slave ship owner in this country was Aaron Lopez, a Sephardic Jew. Newport, Rhode Island. The second in command of the Confederacy was a Jew, Judah Benjamin, as were many of the leading members of the Confederacy. Some of the major shareholders, stockholders in the Dutch West India Company, major multinational corporation financing the slave trade with Jews. A large number of the slave ship owners, the Portuguese slave ship owners who brought slaves to the Americas were Jews. David Brinkley, on This Week with David Brinkley a few months ago, discussing my case at Wellesley College, was talking some foolishness there one Sunday morning. He was saying that Tony Martin is an anti-Semite. At Wellesley, he's talking foolishness. He was saying that Tony Martin is saying that the Jews brought slaves to the Americas. And David Brinkley said, he is wrong. It wasn't the Jews, it was the Portuguese. The damn fool didn't know that it was the Portuguese Jews. They were one and the same. The results of this Holocaust in the New World are plain to see. As early as the early 1800s, African Americans were almost 20% of the population in this country. Today, African Americans are something like 12% or thereabouts. Black folk have actually declined as a percentage for a variety of reasons. Part of it is the continuing Holocaust. Part of it is the infusion of a lot of European immigrants to try and swap the Black population. And that continuing Holocaust has continued unabated even after slavery. In Africa itself, people forget that even in Africa itself, after slavery ended, the Holocaust continued as though slavery had never ended. In fact, it became worse in many areas. In the country they call the Belgian Congo, now Zaire, between 1880 and 1900, the Belgians killed about 12 to 20 million Africans in that one little country, the Belgian Congo. There's the Holocaust Museum to those 12 to 20 million Africans killed in that one country, 20 years. In this country, we had the incredible phenomenon of lynching. From the time the Civil War ended up until fairly recently, a few decades ago, almost every single day in this country, Black men, women, and children were lynched. They were burned at the stake. I saw the photograph, as many of you saw, with a colleague here, in the papers this morning, with the poster of a Black man being burnt at the stake. Black men, women, and children were hung from trees, from lampposts. I'll never forget the headline I saw of a Mississippi newspaper from 1919. It said, 3,000 will lynch Negro tomorrow. That was the headline. The governor of the state, Governor Bilbo, said he was powerless to stop it. That was the will of the people. What did Europe benefit from our Holocaust? The reason why Europe is preeminent in the world today, economically, militarily, is precisely because of our Holocaust. Europe's ascendancy in the world today was literally built on the blood, sweat, and tears of Africans. Edward Williams, in his famous book, Capitalism and Slavery, showed in minute detail how all of the profits that went to finance the Industrial Revolution came out of the super profits made in trading slaves, growing slave-grown sugar, cotton, and so on. The slave trade is what made Europe preeminent from the 18th century on, and Europe maintains its preeminence today because of our suffering. That's the reason why we call for reparations today. What did Europe gain from the slave trade? Europe gained raw materials. It gained a dumping ground to send its misfits. Georgia was a penal colony. Georgia was settled by convicts out of England. Australia was settled by convicts out of England. The West Indies, Columbus's first voyage, was nothing but convicts, people on death row. Those were the people who were on the ships. One of the most amazing efforts of Europe to dump its problems on us arose in this century around the effort to find a homeland for the Jews. For many years before they finally came up with Palestine, they were looking around the world and they seriously considered Uganda as a place to dump the Jews. They seriously considered Kenya. As late as the beginning of the Second World War in 1939, when the Second World War began in 1939, there was actually a Jewish delegation in what was then British Guyana in South America. And they were getting ready, in fact, they wrote a report, and they were getting ready to dump the Jews in British Guyana. If the Second World War didn't start when it did, who knows? Instead of Palestine today, it might have been Guyana. They had maps drawn where they cut Guyana in half, and they were going to give half to the Jews. So every time you see what's happening in Palestine today, you can breathe a sigh of relief and say, there, but for the grace of God, go us. Did Africans resist? Of course, Africans resisted. As I said before, the reason why we have survived is precisely because we resisted. Jolly Care resisted. Nat Turner resisted. And very often it was those slaves who had some education, who had what in the eyes of the white slave owners would have seemed privileged. Those were the slaves very often who made the sacrifice to make common cause with their less fortunate brethren. Denmark Vesey, who led one of the largest, most powerful slave conspiracies in America, free. He put it David Walker, who wrote the most powerful indictment against slavery, was a free man in Boston, paid with his life. Nat Turner was able to read and write. He was a literate slave, one of the few literate slaves. When Nat Turner got his little group together, there was a man with him that his confessions so-called called Will the executioner. And Nat said to Will, "Why do you come here? Why do you come here?" And Will said, my life isn't any more dear to me than anybody else's. I want to strike a blow for freedom. Will the executioner. And whenever Nat himself was faltering and hesitant, it was always Will who came up behind and struck the fatal blow. In fact, in the confessions, they refer to him as Will the executioner with his fatal axe. When Nat Turner was eventually caught, put in jail, tried, sentenced to death, a white man named Thomas Gray went and interviewed Nat Turner in the jail. And in the middle of the confessions, which this white man wrote down, it's very fascinating, but this white man, Thomas Gray, he's in the middle of these confessions. He is writing down Nat Turner's account of what happened, and he pauses and he says, I looked at Nat and I saw this black man there, in rags, fettered, getting ready to die. And I saw the resolute power in his eyes, the lack of repentance. And Thomas Gray, the white man, he said, my blood curdled within me. That was the power of not even getting ready to die. The power of resolution, of truth, that revolutionary zeal. And Thomas Gray asked Nat, he said to Nat, aren't you sorry for what you did? They're going to kill you, they're going to hang you tomorrow. And Nat's response was not Jesus Christ crucified? Liberty or death is what Nat was talking about. Finally, let me endorse the call for reparations. Our people have suffered too much. Everybody else has gotten their reparations. As of 1985, the Jews had gotten at least $70 billion worth of reparations. $70 billion worth of reparations from Germany. And that didn't include all the billions of free grants and aid that the US government gives them every year. And that didn't include the back reparations that they paid for East Germany when East Germany ceased to be communist. So Lord knows what the figure is today. It must be well over $100 billion by today. And the great irony is that the same people who had gotten perhaps $100 billion worth of reparations for their 6 million, those were the same people who turned around and went to extraordinary lengths to prevent Black people getting even the most measly, embryonic reparations. They were the people who went and entered the Baki court case, the Supreme Court case back in 1977, the Baki case. The Jewish organizations, the Anti-Defamation League. I prefer to call them the Defamation League because that's all they do. The ADL and the other Jewish organizations, they went out of their way in a case that did not concern them. They filed what the lawyers call friends of the court briefs to argue against affirmative action quotas for Black people. Here were people who had gotten perhaps $100 billion, not million, but $1 billion worth of reparations, going to extraordinary lengths to prevent African Americans from getting 2 or 3 places in a medical school by way of reparations. So clearly, justice is on our side. Like I said, we live in a very exciting time. We live in a time now where we have conquered fear. We live in a time, I believe, when, as James Brown used to say back in the 1960s, you remember he had a song, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. Say it loud. In that song, James Brown says that we demand a share. So we are at a point now where we demand a share. We are at a point now where we are no longer afraid. We are at a point now where we have buried or are in the process of burying Uncle Tom. Our liberation is at hand. The 21st century belongs to us. So let the Jews and the Gentiles rage. It doesn't matter. One God, one aim, one destiny. Thank you very much.
Give it up again. Dr. Tony Martin. Brothers and sisters, how many of you all feel that this is a good event for the university and the community? All right. We're happy that y'all came out. How many of y'all want me to stop doing that? How many of y'all want me to keep on that? What we got to do now is there are 1,500 seats here, but yet there are only 1,300 people in here. So, but we're going to try to move certain, if we have knowledge of it, some people are outside who want to get in and hear the lecture. So if those who are over there on that end could move as far over as you can. I know I've done this before. Move over, please. So we can make room for our brothers and sisters. How many people sit next to an empty seat in the house tonight? Okay, that's at least 100 at the very minimum. That's at least 100. Okay, brothers and sisters, I know some of you are hungry, but we're gonna feed first for about 15 minutes from one of our best brothers. He wasn't scared on the flyer, but we know him very well. Who is it? Back in November, we had a program, a tribute to the real revolutionaries. Brother Steve wasn't able to make it. And we gave you an award for revolutionary research science. And over the next 15 minutes, they will have intermission for about 10 or 15 minutes. Then we'll come back and hear from our esteemed brother, Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Collins. How many of y'all will be with us all night? We're going to do this all night. We're going to do the party all night. We're going to feed on knowledge all night. Don't feel bad about what's happening tonight. Brothers, one thing that I did admire about going to the Jewish Holocaust Museum is you don't tell them how to honor their suffering and their dead. They do it, they honor their suffering and their dead, and you don't tell them nothing about it. We don't have a museum, but we do have the Black Holocaust program tonight. And we're proud of what we're doing tonight in commemoration of our ancestors. Let's bring on the name drop. The man who's new. Revolutionary substances.
All right. I appreciate you, brothers and sisters. Hotel. I'm very honored to have a few minutes just to share a little information with you to hopefully I can advance the reason why we're here tonight. I especially want to thank Brother Khalid for extending himself out to me today. I'm honored for the invitation. I appreciate being amongst such good brothers and sisters. I also see as well in the audience many other outstanding brothers and sisters who on any other night would equally be as honored and as shared. I see Sister Nana Shishibi there from the Pan-African Congress. I see Sister Mary Cox out there, attorney and freedom fighter. I see Sister Deborah 2X was down here from Baltimore. I see Brother Elder Yehuda out there. I know Brother Eric is here from the Research brothers and sisters from New York. Brother Steve is here from Dallas. There's people here from all the way from Los Angeles. I really appreciate the opportunity as the focus is geared towards the Black Holocaust. And of course, whenever you have a murder, you must have a murderer. There must be someone who does the murder. So now that we're looking at what was a dead body that is resurrected, we must now find out who tried to put it in a comatose state. For what you will find in all of the people who have come to stand before you as warriors, those of you who are warriors in your own right, it is our goal to pursue the core of negativity. We have agreed that somewhere at the bottom of our problem, there is a core or a main group of key individuals and institutions and organizations who have pulled off consecutively over the years negative activity against our people without retribution. Part of the failure to retribute has been lack of knowledge. Part of what Brother Malik has tried to do here today is to fill the gap and to provide our people with access to information that is denied. I think what each of these men could vouch for in their moments of greatest attack from the enemy, that in the midst of all the greatest sources, I remember Dr. Jeffries on the Donahue Show pulling up every book of the hunkies he could find to relay that he didn't need dogma or rumor from the Black community to verify what was being done to us. They had, in their own arrogance and braggadocious nature, they had said all the things we needed to say. And the brother stood there with the evidence. And I remember Brother Tony Martin standing moment after moment, bringing up the names of those people, institutions, historically and current, in his attack on the people who have attacked him. And he knows there was a point when they looked at him and said, you know, it really ain't about the facts. You see, what you have witnessed in the spirit of the scholar, because it alleged that we lacked the knowledge or the information of the fingers on the points of the people who were doing it, was that when the scholars arose with the information, they and I and others found out that they really weren't interested in the truth. It was bigger than that. Just we took the gray area out of the attack and found out that their attack wasn't based on fact. They were, in fact, the haters they were calling us. I recently had the honor of just leaving the University of Illinois, where I went back for free to retaliate against whites who had attacked me. I don't very often talk to whites. I do not talk to the media. I do not entertain some of the ones I see here today. And as a strategy, one of our cameras must get a picture of all those who are here to take pictures of us. That must happen. We must have always accessible the pictures and the profiles. When Dr. Khaled pointed out that Richard Cohen was in the front row, that's when he left. Finger pointing and naming the names does have a way of moving the enemy. So I had the honor, after spending 2-3 hours of dropping Carol Quigley and talking about the Trilateral Commission and the Bilderberger Group and the Skull and Bones and the Rhodes Scholars and the Boule, the little Jewish students the next day went to the newspaper and said that Coakley must have got his information out of Mein Kampf. But no, those were good white scholars because, as I've always said, because we've been so indoctrinated, we know it takes a good white scholar to prove to our people that the truth is the truth. Us saying it has never been enough, and we bore that burden in spite of that, and still it wasn't the facts. So if it isn't the facts, then it must be the force. I salute you in the spirit of the Bogart. Because the facts will back up the rationale, but it'll be the Bogart that will put it in force. I'm on just quickly tonight to try to add a few names and a few insights. I'll be here again on June 3rd with the trial of the oath takers. I've chosen to attack the oath takers because as I've gone from city to city and attacked the Greek connection, I found out that there were oaths and rituals that people absolved their faith to and support that prohibited them from being ultimately loyal to Black people. These oath takers are really not personal, they're institutional. And the Army takes an oath, the lawyers take an oath, the doctors take an oath. These oaths, and only in rare case, like a good lawyer like Mary Cox and a strong doctor like Dr. Aline, who would break the oath to defend their people first and foremost. These are rare moments in our community, but the oath takers are part of our enemy structure. I know Dr. Khaled isn't here now, so I'm gonna save my opening for the close because it's something very personal for him. As I began to come out of college and fight against, I always wanted to be a freedom fighter. You know, it's no spot in our community called freedom fighter. And everybody, if you ask them if they had the choice, if they could fight for their people all day and all night, that this would be one of the most honorable things a person of our race would want. But there is no position called freedom fighter. For the right to fight for Black people is something that you have to do, as some would want you to think, after you got through working for someone else. But time has passed and the way it's been made that more people have come across on their own. But when I first started out in the Black community in Chicago, I was offered a job at an organization. It was called the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs. It was headed by a white man named Milt Cohen, who recently died, and a white woman who is still active in Chicago named Jane Ramsey. I say that because every time we say a name in front of the hunkies who are here to report on what we say, tomorrow they will report to those people that their names were mentioned. And this is the type of tension we need to put on the enemy. You might not know all who they are, but they'll spend some time defending them tomorrow when we've called their names in front of you. So that will make the offense spend some time defending the things that they have come to offend us about. But what I found out was that the Black community in Chicago was being watched. That the only way you could effectively pull off a Holocaust on a group of people in the now society is to try to watch the emergings of them, the organizing and coming together of them, the projection of values and strength by them. Those are the things that the enemy sticks his thermometer deep down into our tongues and up our butts to find out when it is and what it is they think they can pull off. In Chicago, I found this early warning system. It was funded by the United Way. So today I suggest to you, if you're gonna stop the Black Holocaust, you're gonna have to stop the good hands of the United Way. I say that because, and listen, I'm going fast, so we don't have no time for applause. I bring the United Way up because it was the United Way that formed an early warning system, which is what the spy thing is called, an early warning system. Our eyes and ears, a listening post, these adjectives. And this early warning system had formed a coalition which was to monitor what was going on in the Black community of Chicago. And they went out and empowered 25 organizations to be snitches against the wishes of Black people. And even though the goal of this project was to monitor developing racial tension and to take advanced intervention when necessary, listen to the language, they only watched Black people. But deep inside the early warning system, I saw people from the Urban League. I saw people from the NAACP. I saw Operation Push. I saw the United Church of Christ. I saw many people who I got slightly confused by because I didn't understand why any 18, 20, 30, 50, or $100,000 was worth a person crossing their own people unless they felt that their own people didn't know enough about how they did the damn spying to fear the people catching them. So I started off with a little 2-page document that started to describe how the Anti-Defamation League, and this is, I found them in 79, they got caught in 1992, but I caught them in 79. It just took a long time for the people to believe that Brother Coakley was as credible as the district attorney in San Francisco. And each and every one of these brothers up there, I saw huge extensive profiles of Dr. Khaled in that 900-page document that the white district attorney of San Francisco had to turn in to a black judge, to get the right to raid their offices. And when they asked them to raid the offices in Los Angeles to find where this information was duplicated and located, the black police chief wouldn't assume his own authority and transact the raid. They had to call in police from another district because the black man didn't want to defend the names that he saw in the list, even though there were some whites in there. There were names of black people like those up here who wasn't worth him going to defend. Reason I say that is that we're pretty mad at the white guy, but the white guy we might not see to the last moment. In fact, I had this dream, this fantasy. We got Rockefeller over here, we got Oppenheimer over here, we got Rothschilds over there, and we got the noose right here. And the crimes that had been read out before the people. And I know it was a little white guy here from Australia. He said, "You Steve Coakley?" I said, "No, he went that way." When I turned to the brothers in the back I was talking to, and I said, "You see, that guy, he come over here from Australia because the reason he want to know is that his godfather is Harry, Ernest, and what's the other Oppenheimer, Harry Jr. Those are his godfathers." So when we stand up and say that the man who helped today enslave New Zealand and enslave Australia and enslave all of Africa is led by the Oppenheimer family, yes, they will come from the BBC and the CBC and the Australian news to hear that the names of the unkies who have hidden for so long are now on the street in DC. They're on the street in LA. They're on the street in Kansas City and Detroit. And the little people have decided that the big ones are not going to make it. So I want to say a name or two so that the whites will go away and effectively spread the cancer to the others that we mentioned their name. Now, there was a case that the Anti-Defamation League had spied on the brothers and sisters, even 12,000 people in organizations. But what you don't know is how it was that the case was settled, that the Anti-Defamation League did not get criminally violated. There are some weird white people out here, and I want to tell the whites that there are whites who are leaking information about them every day to people who they believe have the courage to use it. And whites had made claim that the Anti-Defamation League of the United States works right through the National Security Council. And when I did a little check over at the National Security Council, and I remember when they said they were spying on Chris Hani when he came over here, and I tried to figure out what the connection was. Then I looked up and found that the head of the African desk of the National Security Council is a white man who's named David Steinberg. Now, David Steinberg's name ain't never been mentioned in the history of the Black community since he done took that position. He know that. But today we introduce his name into the arena as a group of people whose names must never be forgotten. And you should take the time to look him up in your phone book so that you know where he lives, where Jim Woosley lives, who heads the CIA. Where does Warren Christopher live, who runs the State Department? The CIA jams Africa through the embassies in Africa. That's where they hide the CIA. So Warren Christopher and the Deputy Secretary of State, Strong Talbot, and Peter Tarnoff, the former president of the Council on Foreign Relations, who's the third in command at the State Department. Those names should be in the forefront of you, as well as Winston Lord's name, as well as David Ross's name. And of course, I want to repeat again, David Steinberg, because it was him who got the Anti-Defamation League out of that criminal case when they spied on other people. Two things I want to leave you with. One is on July 8th to July 15th, Brother Coakley is having a conference in Baltimore. And the reason he's having a conference in Baltimore is because it appears as if there was a mistake made by the Hyatt Regency Hotel in the harbor there. And it looks like Brother Coakley and the Boule, Sigma Pi Phi, are going to be having a convention at the same time, July 8th to July 15th in Baltimore, Maryland. Stop. Don't waste my time. And how many of you, since LA is coming, Detroit is coming, Chicago's coming, they have the furthest to come, it will cost them the most to get here. But the key to the bottom 10, for the first time in the history of our race, brothers, the bottom 10 is going to meet the top 10. And I I know I done drew out a lot of strange occurrences on this because everybody don't want everybody to know how clear the top 10 works on behalf of protecting the hunky. But we have resolved the riddle of their Grecian Sphinx, and now the day has come that the bottom 10 must confront the top 10 to protect the safety and sanctity of the race. This must happen. How many of you would be willing to come to the Hyatt Regency in Baltimore during this 10-day period? All right, stop. I'll be downstairs. I'm in a booth downstairs. We can talk about that. My tapes are down there, and the other vendors down there ask that we make sure that they know that you know they're down there and they need your support too. Last thing, it would be a great remiss if we didn't take our chance to put on the record that we wanted to enforce some retaliation against the enemy. And around this country, in fact, just 2 weekends ago here, the Republic of New Africa, which I was on a forum with, in fact, with Brother Chokwe Lumumba, they ratified a resolution that I proposed, which was for economic sanctions against non-Black businesses for the months of November, December, and January. This must be. Now, I've been attacked right here in the Black press for suggesting that in Washington by the Negro element in African clothes, but that's all right. Oh, stop now. But I need you to understand that when the hunky walk away and he said, well, what did they say they were gonna do? He writes it down. Sometimes that's the vaguest of all the lists. We must, and I ask you to ratify a resolution that calls for economic sanctions against non-Black businesses for those 3 months, because that's the months that 60% of all goods are sold. And if we were ever to punish the whites, this is something anybody can do. All you gotta do is hold your pockets. You don't even have to say nothing. You don't have to believe in it. You might not be spending nothing no way. At least take pride now in not being able to do it. So I hope all of you would be willing to do that so that when they go away, they know it's some economic retaliation on the buffer. And in closing, the New York Times, almost a year ago today, April 18th, 1993, Sister Nana, openly advocated the recolonization of Africa. And I want to say, fuck them just to that, because, but stop. Because the audacity of trying to draw a question about our brother and his statements about Africa, when in fact you were on the record a year ago yesterday. Colonialism is back and not a moment too soon. Some countries are not yet fit to govern themselves, and then they end by saying, we're gonna get Africa. So I know that, brother, you stepped on a wire of theirs that they didn't really want attention being focused on, but we wanna let them know that we have not forgotten them and that we know them with the Council on Foreign Relations. Foreign Affairs, openly advocating a year ago today, we're gonna make Africa beg to be recolonized. I don't know if you know about the past Holocaust, but you better dig in and get ready against this now one. There's some now people who feel so arrogant and so alone that they can openly do this just with whites and think we're not listening. So we'll put the pressure on them. And one last thing, Brother Colin, do you remember when we were in Atlanta at the Revolution 101 conference? And at that conference, we were sitting down and looking at the Anti-Defamation League's attack on Black leaders. Brother Jeffries in there, Brother Martin will be in the next one, Brother Malik gonna be in the next one. But when we looked at that report, you looked at me and you said something that I mentioned to almost every audience I go to because it touched me personally. You said, brother, you were looking for your name. And you was looking, I said, damn, I ain't got but 2 paragraphs. Remember we were talking? And no, he said something that was very heavy. He said, one day my son is gonna look at me and say, Daddy, why you only got 2 paragraphs in the destruction of the enemy? And he looked at me and he said, brother, shit, I got to do better than this. It did. Well, brother, I know that Brother Malik, Brother Martin, and Brother Jeffries, and you too, Brother Colin, You have made your sons and your daughters proud. You have earned your spurs against the enemy.
Once again, Brother Steve Coakley.
Well, we're gonna take a 10-minute break for intermission. There's food, drinks, there are vendors downstairs. Let's get ready now, brothers and sisters, to receive Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Are you ready to hear Dr. Leonard Jeffries? Do you love Dr. Leonard Jeffries? Is he one of our best? Is he one of our brightest? We challenge all the scholars of the world, all of the white scholars of the planet. Get them all, bring them all. And we'll take these 4 brothers with Steve Coakley. We'll take 5 of our best, and we'll take on all of the scholars that you have, and you will be defeated. So let's receive the chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City College, of the City University of New York. It's New York in the house. It's New York in the house. When New York goes, the whole country's gonna go. Because New York is the heartbeat of Black America. And this man has withstood the attacks of our enemy. As a matter of fact, he got them for a $400,000 lawsuit as they tried to unjustly put him out of his chairman department. Now they had to pay him and reinstate him. Why? Because Dr. Leonard Jeffries stands on the truth. He's a soldier. He's a warrior. Let us receive our brother, our big brother, Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
Yeah. Hotel brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a pleasure to have flown all across the country. I left California this morning, landed at Dulles at 4 o'clock because I knew this would be a historic event. So I'm glad to see all of you here. Let's give a special acknowledgement for the brothers and sisters who work so hard to make this a success, led by Brother Malik. As you know, we're in the middle of a historic battle that involves the struggle for the African mind. At the turn of the last century, W.E.B. Du Bois said the struggle of the 20th century was going to be the color line. And during this period, it has been just that. Our scholars, our leaders, our concerned and committed individuals have been now telling us as we march into the 21st century that the problem of the 21st century is going to be the African mind. Now that needs to be understood in terms of a double entente, a double meaning. The African mind in terms of our thinking, our intellectual abilities, and the African mind, M-I-N-E, in terms of what is located in Mother Africa. The world is organizing itself for an enormous struggle. And the key to that struggle of a so-called new order is who controls the African thinking, the African mind, and who controls the African mind, M-I-N-E, because as quiet as it's kept, high technology developed by Europeans and maintained by Asians and necessary for the 21st century has to have the mineral wealth of Africa in order for it to be successful. There are minerals in Africa that exist only in Africa, not in any other part of the world. So you have to understand the process of African Holocaust and genocide that was initiated 500 years ago continues. And that's why it's so important for our brothers and sisters to bring us together here to lay these things out. But of course, as we lay these things out, there's an enormous difficulty because the fear factor is abound. People who want to control the African mind, body, and spirit are operating under this enormous fear factor. And that's what the attack is all about on the individuals who raised up and raised this truth about our people. You attack Jeffries, you attack Khalid Muhammad, you attack Brother Coke, you attack Brother Tony Martin, and a host of others. Not to instill fear in us, because as quiet as it's kept, we are fearless. We are fearless. We are prepared to give our all for our people. But the fear factor is put in place to instill fear in you, to instill fear in our young people who have to be prepared in a special way so they can be strong for the 21st century, to instill fear in our leadership. We've got to begin to understand that. And that's one of the major techniques of the system of white supremacy. So I'm very glad that we're here to support the brothers and sisters who called for Howard University to be a great institution. A university is supposed to be a place where the truth, issues, and concerns can be discussed. But as we've seen with the attacks, they try to close down the universities, and that is an attempt to close down your mind. And you have to understand how significant that is. But you've got to be strong. You've got to find the courage. You've got to tap into your African spirituality. Frederick Douglass said, having fought his way out of enslavement, having beat back his slave masters, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Let me say it again. Frederick Douglass left us with these important words, which we need to digest and make a part of our being. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom, yet deprecate agitation, are men who want the crops without plowing up the ground. They want the rain without the thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, it never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice which will be imposed upon them, and these will continue until they are resisted with either words or blows or both. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. If you accept your oppression, it will continue. So clearly the words of Frederick Douglass needs to be in our hearts, and we're in the city where Frederick Douglass' spirit was. We're standing in the shadow of the Lincoln Memorial. But if we want an emancipator, we need to look among our people. We need to look to the Frederick Douglass, the Harriet Tubman, your great-grandparents and mine, who fought for liberty and liberation in this land. Another of our great speakers and thinkers and spirits, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz,
left us with this empowering concept that as you struggle for your liberation, you are duty bound. God forces you, Allah commands that you liberate yourself by any means necessary. Isn't it a joke that the oppressor wants to tell you where and when to enter and to deal with his oppression? But we are in a new day. We are dealing with a serious understanding of African knowledge and power. Dr. Wade Nobles laid down for us a dictum which you need to understand. Power is the ability to define reality and have other people respond to your definition as if it was their own. Let me say it again. We got to teach here tonight. This is Howard University. Howard, where the spirit of Leo Hansberry roams these halls, where the spirit of some of our greats that went before us, like Chancellor Williams, roams these halls. This is not just a site for Negro nests. There's been some serious Africans that have come through Howard University. At one point, they had our sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, in these hallowed halls. Her spirit is still here. Dr. Wade said, power is the ability to define reality and have other people respond to your definition as if it were their own. And that's the name of this game. Africans with their critical minds have defined our reality, and other people are now responding to it as if it were their own. They're checking every word we say. They're even checking when we go to the men's room to see what our stool process was. We have now redefined reality, and that's real power. We don't have any atomic weaponry, but we have this power, this knowledge. It used to be that the European talked about the third world. That was him. And then he had a third world. He had a first world, which was him, and a third world, which was us. We accepted this definition of power, never even critically asked what was the second world. We just jumped ourselves into the third world. But now African knowledge and African minds and African courage and African spirituality is redefining the reality. And we know with science and history that we are the first world and we don't care what comes behind us. And as we define the first world with the scientific knowledge and understanding that is available to us, we're talking about Africa, the mother of culture and civilization. Africa, the birthplace of humanity. We've redefined the world. The European had a paradigm which we accepted uncritically. Not only did he call himself the first world and dump us in the third world, but he talked about there were the haves and the have-nots. The haves were Europeans. Even the most poor European could think of himself as a have. And the have-nots were people of color, the melanized people on the planet Earth, who have all the gold, the diamonds, uranium, the platinum, titanium, the oil, but we're the have-nots. But with our critical minds, as we march into the 21st century, we redefined our reality. We know that we are the haves on planet Earth. And that's why people have structured systems to try to come at us. We have to be prepared. You have to get serious. As we travel around the country, we tell our people, don't get mad.
Get glad. Don't be sad. Be prepared. Forget about the looks and get into the books. And don't worry about the behind. Get into your African mind. It's time for us to take upon ourselves this sacred responsibility, because we have to prepare for the future. One of our great young warriors, the Malcolm X of his generation in Southern Africa, Steve Biko. Left us with these words. And I'm trying to lay down for you words of empowerment. These concepts, Steve Biko said, the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Let me say it again. The greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. This was an important statement I had to underline in a book I wrote on the struggle in South Africa, edited in 1983 when I went to the World Council Churches to try to get support for the struggle in South Africa. And it was clear that this brother, with the women of South Africa, symbolized by Winnie Mandela, and the children of South Africa, who were ready to give their life to have their minds free of the taint of Africanism, the Dutch Boer language and culture. Young children died in 1976 to be free of this poison of white supremacy. That's why it's important for you and for me to understand that mind control is the name of the game. And it is that which supports and sustains the system of white supremacy. So if we have some charges to be made against people who call themselves our friends, against people who claim they marched with us in the civil rights movement, against people who claim that they funded all of our activities, we need to understand what that means in terms of their control over what we think and what we do. It's a new day and we're arming ourselves to destroy this mind control that has been imposed upon us. Mind control that has been institutionalized in the culture of this nation and around the Western world. And as quiet as it's kept the African world. It's in the Caribbean where our people are. It's in Brazil where our people are. In South America, Guyana where our people are. It's in Africa, European mind control. And that's why we've been struggling in the educational arena for a curriculum of liberation that deals with our truth. And that's why they've been coming at us. But we have to live by the truth. We can't live a lie. We have to live by the truth, and we have to be prepared to fight to support that truth. We have to be prepared to give our lives for that truth, because that's why we're here. We have to understand that on the shoulders of people who gave their lives, we've been able to make it through to today. We have not made it through to today because of some founding father slave masters whose monuments are here in Washington. I'm talking about George. I'm talking about Thomas. I'm talking about all of them. Founding father slave masters. You have to put a critical analysis to the experience. and come up with your reality. And even though there's a memorial to Abraham Lincoln, he did not emancipate a soul. If you want a white emancipator, find Charles Sumner's spirit and link up with that senator who was prepared to give his life and was caned down on the floor of the Senate because he was raising questions of our interests. Find the Congressman Thaddeus Stevens. If you need a white man, find someone who was prepared to stand up for us. But the ultimate of white liberation, if you need it, is John Brown, who gave his life for what he felt was a principled struggle. And then be sophisticated. This is a university now. Be sophisticated when you apply the John Brown test to white folks. And that's my advice to you. If you got to have some white partners, apply the John Brown tests. But then you got to be smart, sophisticated, and understand what John Brown you're talking about. Because in the history, there are a couple of key John Browns. In the Revolutionary era, you had a John Brown. That John Brown was a part of the family of Browns that helped to fund Brown University, an elite Protestant family that was involved totally and completely in the enslavement Holocaust of African peoples. Slavers in New England, where the Puritans were supposed to be. Slavers in New England, where all of this liberty and justice and Plymouth Rock was supposed to be. The John Brown family. Most of the Brown brothers got a crisis of conscience and decided to step out of slavery after they had gotten filthy rich on our death and destruction. But one of the brothers refused to have a conscience, refused to get out of enslavement. And his name was John Brown. And he stayed in enslavement until he died, involved in the African Holocaust. So you need to apply the analysis of which John Brown are you talking about? The John Brown who refuses to give up the exploitation of African peoples, or the John Brown who is ready to rally not only himself, but his own family in the cause of the struggle. Have a systems analysis, brothers and sisters. Let's not get a paralysis of analysis. But if you're going to liberate yourself, you've got to have yourselves as the major focus. We're not waiting for white liberators to deal with African peoples. We got to do it ourselves. So remember, as Brother Steve laid down, the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the minds of the oppressed. So we've got to free our African mind. And there is a process of freedom that we've tapped into. That's why these brothers and sisters are so strong that you've seen around the country. It's a new day. That's right. We've tapped into the power of this struggle and legacy our people have laid down for us. Even when we use their institutions to struggle against them, we've tapped into this power. I declared a couple years ago at an honors convocation at the City College that I was bringing the most important and significant lawsuit in the history of the American Academy against the violation of my First Amendment rights. We promised it in '92. By '93, we had the team of lawyers that was in the courtroom of the federal court in New York, laying down as best African lawyers could the case for our freedom. These lawyers were so brilliant, the males and the females. They've changed the image of Africans struggling for their liberation. That trial was on court TV, and 20 to 30 million people saw it around the country, the Caribbean, and in Europe. And they saw the African mind and spirit at work. But they saw the system of white supremacy at work, trying to drag us down, trying to deny us rights that we fought for and died for in this nation to make real for all peoples. So that struggle continues. And even though Dr. J was on the cover of Emerge magazine, the brothers that have taken over Emerge, the new team of people try to make up for that attack on us 2 years ago that included an attack on Francis Cress Welsing. So the March issue had Dr. J on the cover, entitled Dr. Jeffrey's Revenge, and that he is $400,000 richer. They miscalculated. We are millions of dollars richer because the level of this struggle that I have been exposed to, and seeing our young people around the country stand up, and seeing our young people in the Caribbean stand up, and I'm seeing our young people in Brazil stand up, and seeing our young people in England stand up, and seeing our young people in Africa stand up. That's a multi-billion-dollar award that I've received. As I came into Washington, I called the lawyer, and I understand that the appellate court has ruled in our favor. Yes, today. So another level of victory. But the struggle continues because that same appellate court that knew that our rights had been violated by their own constitution found a legal loophole in the decision of the jury to question the validity of the award. So we've got to go back to court to fight not the legal question, we won that. The right of freedom of speech was violated by the university and the state, but we have to go back into court to fight this technical question of the nature and definition and reason for the award. So that means more money. It's got to come out of our community to fight them. But they've messed with the wrong Africans at the wrong time in history. And no matter what it takes, we're going to fight them. Just as the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, having been victimized by a defamation process going on for years, has decided to raise the legal ante and go into the court to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. That's what we got to do. Beat them with their own weapons, because we got the African mind now to do that. Beat them into the ground with their own legal system. So this case may go all the way up to the Supreme Court. We're prepared to take it there. Then it will be the landmark case on the deciding of speech. If we lose it, it will be the deciding case. If we win it, it will be the deciding case. Let's go up to the Supreme Court, because I want to be able to look Uncle Thomas in the eye. I want to be able to see whether someone could sit in the seat of Thurgood Marshall, whether someone could understand the legal legacy of a Houston. I want to be able to look them in the eye and read the spirit. But what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters, we're on a victorious path, but we've got to be prepared to stay together and build together. We need a war chest to fight these legal battles. We need a war chest to put together our economic endeavors. We need a war chest to build the academic school educational institutions that we need. We need to find the economic means to pool our resources together to make a difference. And we can do it. $300 to $400 billion is earned by African peoples on the legal market. I don't know what is earned on the illegal market, but we got $500 billion in our hands. And as the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell said, what's in your hands, Black man and Black woman? Power, if you know how to use it. But if you don't use it, other people will be there to use it. Other people are coming into your communities, continuing the Holocaust of devastation and destruction and death. Other people are coming in, still taking your economic capability from your hands, still taking your educational capability from your hands, still taking your cultural capability from your hands, still exploiting your music, still miseducating in your schools, and still controlling your economic sustenance. And it doesn't make any difference who they are. We can call the names. Everybody knows, but it's the system of white supremacy that has designed this process of African powerlessness and impoverishment internationally. So as we go forth, brothers and sisters, we need a systems analysis, which I want to be able to get into. But as you know, I operate in a deep African tradition. They made me a chief in Ghana among the Ashanti people. They made me a chief and a captain in the Asafo warrior company among the Elmina people, and the ceremony took place in the Fort Dungeon concentration camp of Elmina on the coast of Ghana last year. So you know I can't do anything without acknowledging that which went before me. I can't do anything without acknowledging the 100, 200 plus million African souls lost in our Holocaust of enslavement. And because many of us have Native American background, Native American blood, Native American spirit, and mine is just across the river in Virginia, the Powhatan Indians from my mother's family. I stand here before you speaking not only for the hundreds of millions of Africans lost in that system of death and destruction called the African Holocaust, but the 50, the 60, the 100 million Native Americans lost in the Holocaust. If we're going to have Holocaust studies in these United States and other areas of America, we've got to deal first and foremost with the first and foremost devastation on these lands, and that is the Holocaust of the Native Americans, which was initiated by Christopher Columbus himself. And if we're going to have Holocaust studies in these United States, then the most devastating Holocaust ever conceived in the mind of humanity has to be a part of that process, and that's the African Holocaust of enslavement imposed in these United States, the islands of the Caribbean, and in South America. And after we have this in place, then we'll worry about the various other processes of Holocaust that took place, because all of them come out of this system of white supremacy. And we need to appreciate and understand that. But that which occurred in Europe, the European Nazi Holocaust of the European Jew, has to do with white on white crime. It has nothing to do with African peoples, Asian peoples, Native American people. That's why they're coming at us. Because power is the ability to find reality and have other people respond to your definition. And we redefine that reality. And you're going to have to deal, the world is going to have to deal with the Holocaust of African peoples. We can't expect to have a meaningful 21st century unless we deal with it. And in the African tradition, we've got to remember those who went before us. We've got to remember our African ancestors. And a very simple tradition is a part of that. That's the libation. Nothing important happens in the African world without a libation. We're about to make a major breakthrough in terms of recapturing the African mind, liberating the African mind and spirit. So this is a major endeavor, and it's necessary for me to have the libation. Libation in the African communal process means that you participate. You don't sit there like Negroes from Howard without anything to say. As the water is poured to the ground, you acknowledge it in an African tongue if possible. Acknowledge it in the Yoruba tongue and civilization, Ashe. Acknowledge it in the Akan tongue and civilization, Yao. Acknowledge it in any African language that you may know, Hotep in the ancient Medu Neter. But don't sit there like Negroes from Washington without anything to say. Our studies are raising the Holocaust of African enslavement is to acknowledge the hundreds of millions lost in the wars in Africa, in the Middle Passage, and in the hells of North America, South America, and the Caribbean. And we include the Native Americans, our blood and our family in that. So in the name of Africans who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa, we ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the Africans who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa, Great Lakes region, and marched down the Nile Valley, 4,000 miles of the Nile, the Blue Nile, the White Nile, the Athabara, laying the foundations of culture, civilization, raising their pyramids and temples to their God concept. We ask these Africans, the great Khufu, the great Khafra, the great Menkaura. We ask these Africans, the great Zosa, the great Imhotep, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. And in the name of these Africans, to lay this enormous foundation of culture and civilization for the world, laying the foundations of science and medicine, laying the foundation of architecture, laying the foundation of diplomacy, laying the foundation of statecraft. These Africans who laid the moral barometers, philosophy, Africans who opened up Africa to other peoples and laid the foundations for Judaism, Christianity, Greek civilization, and Islam. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who took this culture of liberation, this culture of respect, this culture of love, this culture of balance, the culture called Ma'at. We ask these Africans who took this culture and took it down into Southern Africa and built the stone cities of Zimbabwe. Took this culture along the east coast of Africa and built Swahili civilization. Took this culture up into the highlands of Ethiopia and laid the foundation for Coptic Christianity in Ethiopia, with King Lalibela building 12 stone churches in New Jerusalem from the ground down, wonders of the world. Africans who took this culture into West Africa, into the savannah, and built the great city-states of Ghana, Mali, and Sangay, the great empires of the so-called Middle Age period. Africans who went into the city-states and the forests of the Akan and the Bakongo and the Yoruba and the Zulu and the Entebbe, and laid the foundation of greatness for African people. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who were pulled out of Africa, taken out of their villages, raped and pillaged, and the destructive process conceived in your ships came into Africa, on the coast of Africa, inducing Africans to become involved in a system of death. We ask these Africans yanked out of their villages all along the coast of Africa, put into the concentration camps, the dungeons, the dock cows, the Buchenwald along the coast of Africa, in Ghana and Ivory Coast, in Gore, in Nigeria, in Dahomey, and Benin, and Angola, all around the coast of Africa to Fort Jesus and Mombasa. We ask these Africans put into this concentration camp of death to wait those death ships that came in the night, the death ships that took us across the Middle Passage. We ask these Africans who died in the hold of these ships to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. Africans who laid down this tradition of resistance, this tradition of struggle that is a part of us. Africans who took the tradition from the holds of the ships, went up into the highlands of Brazil and created the great free republic of Palmares, the first free republic in these Americas. Africans who went into the backwoods of Suriname and Guyana and created the Bush Negro republics of the Suramaka and the Juka. Africans who went into the highlands of the island of the Caribbean, creating the Maroon communities, the Native American communities. Africans who went back into the backwoods and swamps of Georgia and Florida, blended and bonded with the Seminole Indians, and created the great Seminole Wars of resistance.
Africans following the priest Bookman went into the highlands of Haiti, conceived and planned and plotted the greatest slave rebellion in the history of the world, the Haitian Revolution. Africans have laid down this enormous tradition. We need these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and ask the God Almighty Allah to strengthen us for a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who continue this tradition of liberation and struggle, Africans who spoke to the heart and spirit of Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Africans who spoke to the heart of Nanny and Kojo in the Caribbean, Africans who spoke to the heart of your great-grandparents who left us enormous tradition of struggle and liberation. It is on this tradition that we stand. It is this tradition that is nourishing us. It is this tradition that will prepare us for a meaningful future. And we ask the God, force in the universe and these ancestors to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We do this in the name of African posterity. Brothers and sisters, it's not about a paralysis of analysis, it's about a systems analysis. That which I laid down before you is in the books. That which I laid down before you is in the oral tradition. It's knowledge that you can tap into, organize around it, form the study groups, because we have to destroy this devastation of the Holocaust that is still with us. As we look at this thing in a systemic way, we can see there are three levels or stages of the great African Holocaust that we need to master. One is the Holocaust of enslavement, in which ships left Europe. Ships left Europe, planned a process of destruction in Europe, financed in Europe, ensured by Europeans, Jews and Gentiles, Catholics and Protestants, financing the process of our death and destruction. The triangular slave trade is the key to understanding the African Holocaust. Ships left Europe and went to the coast of Africa. And in the imposition of the European on the coast of Africa are the forts and dungeons along the coast of Ghana alone. Every summer we go on a pilgrimage to Africa to commune with our ancestors. If you wonder why Dr. Jeffries has the strength that he has to resist this system of death and destruction, it is because every summer he is in those dungeons where the blood and spirit of our ancestors speaks to me. And it allows me to go forth with an unusual strength that you have to tap into and understand. We will be going to Africa again in July and again in August. I was there when the attack came in 91. I was communing with the ancestors. I was standing in the dirt and the blood that for hundreds of years had yanked our people out of Africa. I was in those dungeons, and when they blew out the candles and turned out the light, we were in utter and complete blackness where nothing could be heard but the pounding of our heart and the mourning of our people. This is a process that lasted from 1482 in the dungeon of Amina until the 1980s. It's still going on, brothers and sisters. The death and destruction is still going on. That's the third stage of the Holocaust. Holocaust of enslavement. Ships leaving Europe, going to Africa, the Middle Passage to the Caribbean, Brazil, and other areas. Then going back to Europe. European-made profit, three-way profit on our death and destruction. And the legacy of that is still happening. You see it in South Africa with the KwaZulu insanity. You see it in Rwanda with the death and destruction. You saw it in Somalia. You saw it in Angola. The process of death and destruction that the Europeans put in place, wreaking death and havoc on our people. The enslavement Holocaust, and after enslavement, there was the post-slavery colonialism and imperialism, which Dr. Tony Martin talked about. Africans were punished by the Europeans with a new level of exploitation with their new technology. They went to Berlin, called together by Bismarck, 1884-85, to plan the new level of the Holocaust. Even with the freedom
processes, but our liberation processes hadn't been successful. They planned to recolonize, imperialize Africa to get that mineral wealth. And the Germans and the Belgians, Portuguese, the French, and the Italians, the English were all involved. And we've got to be able to see it. Jews and Gentiles were involved in our destruction. That is the second phase, imperialism and colonialism. The third phase is now. It's debt slavery. Debt slavery is what they have us into now. The Holocaust continues. We can't go into the 21st century with debt slavery hanging around us. And the only way we can deal with it is to raise the question of reparations. Reparations has to be raised on the international stage so we can deal with debt slavery. But as we deal with the system of white supremacy and work to destroy it, we have to build a system of African self-development. And that is when Pan-Africanism comes into play. We just came from the 7th Pan-African Congress in Uganda, where hundreds, thousands of people were mapping out a meaningful future for African peoples. The question of reparations has been raised over and over again. It was raised in England. I have a document from our brothers in England. It was raised in the Caribbean. It has been raised in Africa. There was a conference on reparations in Nigeria in '92 in December. There was another conference that just took place last April. I would have been there, but we had the trial. Reparations is a major issue. You've got to start studying, start getting the information so you can be a part of this process. Your history is the most enormous history in the world, no matter where you look at it. And you need to be a part of it. Even in enslavement, nobody has the history of struggle. You need to be part of it. Even in enslavement, nobody has the history of struggle and liberation that was laid down by our peoples. So it is up to you to make the difference. We need to build a Pan-African system of African development as we march into the 21st century. Let me leave you with a couple of images which I think are important. Most of the information that we're talking about is in these books. I don't go anywhere without my armor. The most important armor that you have is the information and the knowledge. Armed with a critical mind, you are the most dangerous part of the human family, a critical thinking African. It's in these books. You want to understand the Middle Passage and slavery in the Caribbean? Tap into the School of Knowledge developed by Eric Williams. This is one book called From Columbus to Castro. His other great work was Capitalism and Slavery. But there's a whole school of knowledge that these brothers have been a part of. If you want to talk about the system of linking Europe and Africa and the New World, then you've got to deal with the spirit of Walter Rodney, the scholarship of Walter Rodney, the mind of Walter Rodney. And this book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, tells us about the systemic relationship of the Europeans in relationship to Africa and the destruction and death that it was wrought. If you want to deal with other people who say they weren't involved in our enslavement, but we know they were because they wrote about it, then you've got to have a serious analytical process and study. Get the books. They wrote the books, it's there. Get Lopez of Newport, colonial American merchant prince who was hooked up with Washington himself in the enslavement process. This is a Portuguese Jew who was involved in a serious way in enslavement. You need to get the books and get serious. In terms of enslavement, you have to deal with Amsterdam. And this brother has produced several books dealing with Amsterdam, a whole school of thought. And it's in Amsterdam that the Jewish community was invited by the Protestants to join in the enslavement and the destruction of African peoples. European Jewry in the Age of Mercantilism, 1550 to 1750. The book is written by Jonathan Israel. He has 5 major books dealing with the relationship of Amsterdam and the Jewish community to the Sephardic Jewish community that was in the New World. You've got to understand, as Tony was saying, Dr. Tony Martin was saying, the importance of Suriname. You need to see the connection between Amsterdam, which became the leading slave port in the 1600s and 1700s, and the connection between Amsterdam and Fort Amsterdam along the coast of Africa in a place called Abanzi, and the connection between Amsterdam and Fort Amsterdam with New Amsterdam, which was the name for New York before it was changed to the Duke of York. And you have to see and understand that relationship between Amsterdam, Fort Amsterdam, and New Amsterdam. And then you have to be sophisticated in understanding Europeans fighting whole wars for control of this system of domination and death. And you have to see the Anglo-Dutch wars. And you have to see the Dutch and the British fighting 4 major wars for control of this world system of domination. And you have to see New Amsterdam becoming New York in 1660s. But what the Dutch gave up in terms of New Amsterdam was made up by picking up the New Netherlands, which became Suriname. And it became the leading slave colony of the Dutch. And in New Amsterdam, New Netherlands, called Suriname, at the height of enslavement in the 1730s, 400 plantations on the Jordan Savannah, the Jewish Savannah that Tony Martin mentioned. 115 of the 400 plantations were controlled and dominated by the Jewish community, the Sephardic Jewish community. And in those 115 plantations, they had 10,000 enslaved Africans. That's their own history. Don't take my word for it. Get a book called Economic Activities of the Jews of Amsterdam by Herbert Bloom. There are 40 or 50 books in my arsenal which deals with this. For people to go into denial and call us anti when they have been involved just like everybody else, the biggest economic exploitation in the history of the world, and you think that rich merchants and bankers who happen to be Jewish were not going to be involved in it? The Pope has apologized for the Catholic Church initiating enslavement. We know that the Protestants immediately got involved and compromised the Protestant Reformation. The Dutch, the Danes, the Belgians, the Swiss, the Brandenburg Germans were all involved, the Irish, the Italians, the English. It was a multicultural and multi-ethnic endeavor of the first kind. And then when they established this enslavement process, some of your founding fathers, I disown them now, some of your founding fathers set up for themselves, as they built this so-called new nation, a set-aside for the slavers, an affirmative action process for the slavers, welfare subsidy for the slavers, and built it into the Constitution. That's why you have to have these studies. You have to be able to make and understand what this is all about. And then if we want to deal with the Holocaust of the African mind, which goes on, the inability for us to think clearly about who and what we are, to understand what Africa has been to us, we have to put a lot of the blame, not only on the educational system, but right on Hollywood. And this is a book. This is a book written by an outstanding Jewish American, Neil Gebler, An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood. And then he goes on to name them: Harry Cohen, William Fox, Carl Lamiel, Louis B. Mera, Jack and Harry Warner, Adolf Zucker. We can add a host of others, the Cohen brothers, the Shanks. We can add the Goldwins, involved in what? The Holocaust of destruction of the African mind. We have to be able to reconstitute this knowledge and make it work for us. The Hollywood devastation of Africans made Africa so negative that our people can't relate to it. Made the image of the Black man so negative that it perpetuates itself even today. It's cultural. Even Black folks are caught up in this process. So we've got to change that. You got to get serious. You got to get into the books. And I want to leave you with these last images about it. If they beat up on us because we were talking about a curriculum of inclusion, you have to understand what was the real deal. This is the curriculum of inclusion document, which we put together, a team of scholars, Asian, Latino, Native American, and African, myself included, July '89. And the reason for the attack was because we were dealing with the truth of our experience, Africa, the mother of human civilization and culture, but more importantly, we were dealing with the Nile Valley. There is an attack, which Dr. Khalid and myself are well aware of, Dr. Tony Martin, not about anti-Semitism. That's not the basis of what this is all about, but it's anti-Kemetism, the inability to deal with the significance of the Nile Valley. When we went to Harvard a couple of years ago, we announced very clearly that it was about anti-Kemetism and not about anti-Semitism. It's about the inability to deal with the African Holocaust. And Christopher Columbus is the symbol of that. As Dr. Clark has written, Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust, slavery and the rise of European capitalism. It's about us tapping into this knowledge and talking about it. That's what this Albany speech was all about. I call it the greatest speech since the Gettysburg Address, because it raised the key issues that we had to raise. This and other things are available for you to help us with the legal struggle as we put together the war chest. We even have a tape of Dr. Jeffrey's encounter with this African knowledge with Ed Koch. And that is available. It's probably be part of a major book that we're putting together. But I want to leave you with these last images quickly, because I know my brother is on me because he's got to let our brother Khalid come here. But we have to let you know, in Washington, D.C., when you feel and see this monument called George, you need to understand that this represents the African symbol of the male and female principle in harmony and balance, symbol of the African resurrection principle. When you see something like pyramids, you have to understand that these are pyramids built by your ancestors to their God concept. And on your dollar bill is your pyramid. But it's not just a physical pyramid, but you see a concept or an idea of the God knowledge. You see an eye on the top of the pyramid on your dollar bill, the eye of God, the Son of God. This spiritual knowledge you have to tap into and organize your brotherhoods and your sisterhoods of African liberation to make it work for you. And as we put the knowledge together, we have to institutionalize an African educational process. In the spirit of the Great Lodge of Luxor, the Petitut University Temple that your ancestors left as a tradition of brotherhood and sisterhood, trusteeship training for knowledge. This was the great university temple, this pillar temple. When you see a Lincoln Memorial, think Pillar Temple African. It was in this temple that the Greeks sat at the feet of the Africans to learn science and medicine. This temple inspired Solomon's temple. This temple inspired the Parthenon in Greece. It is not about anti-Semitism, it is about anti-Kemetism. And as you deal with the African world, you even have to change the map of the world. You got to get into the Peter's map as opposed to the Mercator map. You've got to put Africa at the center and take Europe and put it up into northern reaches. You have to deal with that concept of the northern cradle, southern cradle that Dr. Diop brought forth. And as you deal with this knowledge, you've got to have a timeline. As Asa Hilliard left us with the Kemetic timeline. And you can dismiss the Greeks. Don't worry about Dr. Snowden, who's here talking about this and that. Just put a timeline to the issue. Africans laid the foundation for culture and civilization in the Nile Valley 5,000 years ago. Old kingdom, 1,000 years of African glory. After a period of disruption, the middle kingdom of African glory. 500 years, Africans coming up from the south, establishing a Pan-African glory again. And then after the Hyksos Asian invasion, you had a new kingdom established as Africans came up from the south again and established the third great golden age. And then 700 AD, you had the Nubian Renaissance. Again, Africans with their armies and armed with this culture come up from the south and establish a one great last walk in the sun for African peoples called the Ethiopian Nubian Renaissance of Pianki, Tahaka, and Shabaka. It is at this time that the Bible is being written by the ancient Hebrews. It is at this time that the Greeks get writing. Homer's poems have been previously written have been dispensed in oral tradition. It is at this time that the Greeks are being invited into Africa or accepted into Africa to sit at the feet of the Africans. There is no Greek culture, there's no European culture of significance before this period of time. The Europeans come in as invading forces with the Persians, the Greeks, 525 BC. And it's from that point that we date the Greek Golden Age. Isn't it ironic that there was nothing significant in Greece before the 500, before 500 AD? How come they had a Golden Age? Could it be that European invaders coming into Africa, tapping into that knowledge, helped to develop the Greek Golden Age? We think that that's the scientific truth, but you've got to tap into yours. You've got to change your mind and your culture. Africans laid the foundations for the great pyramids of culture. This is the image of the great pharaoh Zoser, whose partner Imhotep was worshipped by the Greeks as the god of medicine, a living African. This is Michael Jackson before he went into complete demolition and destruction of his Africanness. The great pharaoh Zoser, another image, because the Europeans are saying that Egypt was white. This is the image of the pharaoh Khafra, whose family dynasties built the level of Great Pyramid building in the Giza Plateau. Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure and their queens. And this is the Sphinx. And this is not just a symbolic image. This is a deep principle of transformation. The ability of Africans to reach for protectability in the God concept. The Sphinx is a temple. There are three elements of transformation: the animal body, the human head, and inside the human head is the ability and consciousness to understand God. You have to see your traditions not in concrete form. You have to see the material, philosophical, and the spiritual elements around that. That's the old kingdom, 1,000 years of African glory. Then up from the south come Africans led with the armies and the culture of Mentuhotep. This black man and his people opened the way for the Middle Kingdom, an enormous part of African development. It is in that period that they began to write the books on science and mathematics, the Epirus Medical Papyrus, the Written Mathematical Papyrus, the Papyrus of Hunepha, the Berlin Papyrus, the Milan Papyrus, all these papyrus, the Moscow Papyrus, named after places where the Europeans stolen African goods, had deposited them in their museums. Had nothing to do with Europeanness. African science, African philosophy, the Holocaust of the African mind can be reversed by dealing with this knowledge. And up from the south, following Mentuhotep with pharaohs like this, Amenemhotep III. This brother looks so strong. If I saw him coming across Howard campus, I might have to run down to DC University. Strong brother, Mentuhotep III. If you can't deal with the brother side view, then deal with him front view, then deal with him side view. This is the brother with his locks, his royal locks, Amenemhotep III. But don't just leave it to that brother. Let's deal with Wenteret, another great pharaoh, looking like my brother, Marlon. Serious brother, who was another part of those builders of that Middle Kingdom. But after the invasion, Africans didn't fall down, didn't die, didn't fade away. When the invaders came in, they organized. They didn't agonize. That was the theme of the Pan-African Congress. They pulled themselves together and went up into the Nile and swept away the oppressors. And it was led by the family of this great woman, Ahmes Nefertari. 1550 BC, this great woman is on the throne of Egypt. Why are we talking about dealing with Cleopatra 50 BC when we need to deal with these great women of African origin who continue this legacy of strength and development? The dynasty of the Ahmoses was followed by the dynasty of the Tutmosis, the Tuhudimos. This is Tutmosis III. Before him on the throne in Egypt was his sister, Queen Hatshepsut, who represents again that principle of the male and the female in the African tradition. But this last family and this last image I want to leave you are very important. Europeans will give you a tidbit on African knowledge and culture. This is the family of the Ahmoses that followed the family of the Tutmosis that followed the family of the Ahmoses. This dynasty you have bits and pieces of, the boy king Tutankhamun. But how come we don't deal with his family? If he was a boy king, he must have had a family. He married, the boy king married Ankhesemen, the daughter of Nefertiti. She had 6 daughters. How come you never see them together? And if Nefertiti is the mother-in-law of King Tut, how come you only see Nefertiti by herself? You never see Nefertiti in a family way. Nefertiti was of mixed African Asian background coming from Mitanni, outside of Africa, an area now called Turkey. Nefertiti was brought into the royal family to marry as part of a diplomatic relationship. She was brought in and she married into the royal family, into one of the greatest Africans ever to live, the great pharaoh Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV. How come you never see this brother with his African wife? Could it be that if you put this African in the equation, it would clearly be not about anti-Semitism, but about anti-Kemetism? Because if you put this Black man in the equation, then you got to put his mama. All of us come from the womb of an African mama. And when you put Akhenaten in the picture, when you put Tutankhamun in the picture, when you put Nefertiti in the picture, you've got to put the greatest woman in the history of the ancient world, a symbol of your mother and mine, your grandmother and mine, the mother of Akhenaten, the consort of the great pharaoh, Amenhotep III, one of the greatest men in the history of the world. It is this woman who has to sing to our heart. She was one of the greatest women in the history of the world, and her name is not in anybody's history book. This was the mother-in-law of Nefertiti. She arranged for Nefertiti to come into Egypt and be a part of the royal family. How come she's never mentioned? She birthed Akhenaten, one of the greatest men in history of the world, who's worshipped by white folks even today as the light of the world in the Rosicrucian movement. How come he is not and she is not together? How come you don't see her with her great husband, Amenhotep III, who built and expanded the Great Lodge of Luxor, the greatest building of the ancient world? Could it be that it's about anti-Semitism? It's not about anti-Semitism, it's about anti-Kemetism. And the boy King Tutankhamun needs to be seen in a family way. And just let me leave you with this last thing, because this is very important. In the harbor of New York, they have a Statue of Liberty. And most of us have been trained and taught to have the pitter-patter of the heart around the Statue of Liberty that was there with its light to welcome the immigrants. I'm saying to the world again, as I've said many times, and I'm waiting for their scholars to come and challenge us, not their legislators and politicians, because they're not scholars, not their newspaper people, because most of them just have a BA, they don't have MAs, they don't have PhDs, they haven't studied in Europe like the rest of us have. We're asking for their scholars to come forth to deal with this question of the African Holocaust in intellectual terms, in terms of it's not about anti-Semitism, it's about anti-Kemetism. Bring them forth to deal with us about the Statue of Liberty, which is a symbol of your struggle for liberation against your Holocaust in America. The Statue of Liberty has not a damn thing to do with immigrants. I told Ed Koch this, and he never got back to me on it, but he shut up for a year and a half. He knows the truth to be the truth. I said, as I met him in his office, that your parents and forebears had nothing to do with the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty comes out of the struggle of my parents and forebears for liberation in America. The Statue of Liberty was conceived by a Frenchman, Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye, 1865. This Frenchman was a historian, he was a French politician, he was the head of the French Anti-Slave Society. And as I pursued this documentation information on what the statue was all about, I went to the French consulate in New York and they gave me this magazine called Liberty. And there at the bottom is Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye. There's Bartholdi, the sculptor who developed the Statue of Liberty. Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye came up with the idea in 1865, and one of the greatest moments in the history of the world, when our people struggling for liberation freed themselves in America and let 4 million of our people go free. It was at this moment that this Frenchman, who was a part of a libertarian tradition in France, who supported John Brown and sent his widow a gold medal, this Frenchman came up with the idea of a Statue of Liberty, because now America had this yoke of enslavement off its back. And the first image was sculptured by Bartholdi because he had been to Africa as a 19-year-old and inspired by the Nile Valley. And when he realized that Bartholdi wanted, that Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye wanted another important image, he went back to the Nile and created the first image of the Statue of Liberty as a Black woman holding the broken chains of enslavement. But a white America could not accept the Black image of liberty. And they were about, after we freed ourselves and saved this nation, trying to put us back into semi-slavery with the second phase of the Holocaust, of tenant farming and wage slavery. And this Frenchman had this image created, but when he realized a racist white America, symbol of the system of white supremacy, could not accept the Black image, he refashioned it into the image of his mother using his girlfriend as a model, a white image. Put a torch in her hand, put a book of laws under her arm, but he could not deny the truth of the origin of the Statue of Liberty. And even today, at the foot of the white reworked Statue of Liberty are the chains of enslavement that represents African liberation and struggle. We have to understand that as we raise all of these fundamental questions and redefine the history, white folks are not going to be comfortable. Negroes are not going to be comfortable, but we're going to have to pursue this because it is part of our sacred mission. And as Marcus Garvey says, up you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Give it up again. One of our greats,
Dr. Leonard Jeffrey. Dr. Leonard Jeffrey. And with all of that said, guess who's coming up next? The fire has only begun to burn tonight. Brothers and sisters, it's reparations or else. Reparations or else. We will not stop. What we want to do, brothers and sisters, very briefly, is where Unity Nation is sponsoring a conference, a major conference in the fall, where we're going to have this as a piece of a major 7-day conference. We hope you appreciate the work that we've been doing, and we want you to back us. So there are going to be a few receptacles going around, and if you donate and help us out and give us some charity, $10, $20. If you want to make a check out to Unity Nation, we will take your money and fight on the front lines for you. So as the receptacles are passed around, please assist us in the work that we're doing. Who we supporting for mayor? Who we supporting for the next mayor? Who? Marion Barry. No question about it. Unity Nation officially endorses Marion Barry to return to the mayor's office as a symbol for the resurrection and the rise of all of our people. We back Marion Barry. I know some of you don't like it. You like Sharon Pratt Kelly. You love her. So once again, brothers and sisters, as the charity receptacles are passed around, please help us out tonight and support the efforts that we have coming in the fall. And really, we want to take the Black Holocaust all around the country. So brothers and sisters, are we ready now to receive the sword? The man who was repudiated by the president, repudiated by the vice president, repudiated by the House, repudiated by the Senate, repudiated by some handkerchief head buck dancing Negroes. But he has been repudiated and denounced, but we announce Brother Khaled and say who he is. He's a freedom fighter. He's a soldier. He's a warrior. He's a scholar. We love Dr. Khalid Muhammad. We back Dr. Khalid Muhammad. We always want to continue to hear from Dr. Khalid Muhammad. As we sat and we had dinner last night with the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, who was visiting in town, he told us that we were winning this war on all fronts. And he told us to continue the work that we were doing. So Brother Khalid is now more popular than ever. The white man made a big mistake by jumping on this bald-headed black man, because this black man now will become more loved and endeared than ever. Are you ready to hear from Dr. Khalid Muhammad? Are you ready to hear from the baddest bald-headed black man on the 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth? Let us bring on our brother, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, the sword, receive him.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all the world. I bear witness that there is but one God, whose spirit and power and force came to us in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. And we thank that one God for raising up his messenger and his Messiah, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we thank the two of them for the man who is anointed and appointed for this hour of our resurrection and our rise, the champion of the liberation and salvation of the Black nation. I speak of none other than the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, in the name of Master Farad Muhammad, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I greet you, my beloved and beautiful Black sisters and brothers and others, with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep. Alafia. Free the land. What's up? And Black laws for all Black people. It's indeed my honor to be a part of history. It is indeed my honor to be a part of us writing history here tonight at Howard University, and to be the guest of Unity Nation, headed up by that great student warrior. He's not selling drugs. He's not a young man who can be found in the highways and byways of America, actually involved in crime that the white man has set up for young Black men and women to participate in. But he's a freedom fighter. He's a young student that is standing up for the liberation of his people and fighting for his people's resurrection and rise. Unity Nation now catching on all across the nation. Student organizations represented here tonight from Texas, from California, from Georgia, from throughout the Midwest and throughout the Eastern Seaboard. So to be a part of this evening at this Black Holocaust Memorial, to Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, our host, to Dr. Tony Martin, Dr. Steve Coakley, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, to the representative of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in this city of Washington, D.C., Minister Sean Muhammad, to our regional minister, Dr. and Minister Arif Muhammad, a graduate of the Howard University Law School, to that great fighter who has laid a foundation in this area, Minister and Dr. Alim Muhammad, to Minister Fariz Hadi, representing the Honorable Silas Muhammad. And I don't know if he is present, but our great elder, Dr. Robert Brock, Brother James Cameron, Sheikh Shabazz, Brother Duno, and others who have fought for us in this great struggle. In the Hall of Remembrance of the Jewish Holocaust Memorial, as my young son, Farrakhan, who is seated here, give him a black hand, Brother Malik, and Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz and others who were with us as we stood in the Hall of Remembrance of the Holocaust Memorial. Thank you, son. We read the inscription on the wall of the Hall of Remembrance of the Jewish Holocaust Memorial. And let these words be imprinted on our hearts and in our minds here tonight. Only guard yourself and guard your soul carefully, lest you forget the things your eyes saw, and lest these things depart your heart all the days of your life. And you shall make them known to your children and to your children's children. I say the same for what you have heard and seen and will see here tonight. These esteemed scholars who have come before me, they have busted the statistics and dropped the realistics, and now I'm gonna kick the ballistics. We set forth here tonight that the Black Holocaust is 100 times worse than the so-called Jew Holocaust. Why do we even need to make a comparison? Because it was the old no-good President Buck to Jimmy Carter who stepped out and stepped forward when they were beginning to prepare to build the Jewish Holocaust Memorial. It was Jimmy Carter who said that it was the most unspeakable crime in the history of all time. He made a statement of comparison. When we deal with General David Eisenhower made similar statements that we read and we saw on the walls of the Jewish Holocaust Memorial yesterday, making the world to believe that this was the most overpowering crime and atrocity against humankind in the history of all time. Everyone has come and said that it is the worst Holocaust that has ever existed, but all of a sudden when we come out on you, you now back down and claim that you never made a comparison. Well, tonight I'm going to make a comparison. We're going to lay the case out and see which Holocaust is the most dreadful, which Holocaust is the most vicious and bestial Holocaust, most bloody Holocaust ever recorded in the annals of time. But you want to deny us because you owe us reparations and you don't want to pay up to date. The so-called Jew Holocaust. And I say so-called Jew because he's not a real Jew. He's a Johnny-come-lately Jew who just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few days ago. So you're not even a real Jew, buddy. The so-called Jew Holocaust lasted, you with me? Because I got to drop this stuff tonight because I'm a true terrorist. I'm a knowledge gangster. I'm a Black history hitman. I'm a lie killer, urban guerrilla. I gotta be a roughneck. Gotta be a roughneck. The only way I know to go. The Jew Holocaust lasted 10 years, but the Holocaust of the Black man and woman lasted over 500 years. Let's look at it. 110 years, 500 years. Maybe I'm a little confused. Maybe I'm too much of a racist. Maybe I'm too much of a bigot and an anti-Semite when I'm really none of that. But maybe just by chance, 10 years is greater than 500 years. Let's kick the ballistics. You say you lost 6 million, and we question that. You say you lost 6 million, but for the sake of argument, we'll give you 6 million. We lost over 600 million lives in the Black Holocaust over the past 6,000 years and over the past 400 to 500 years in specific. Maybe I'm a little bit confused. Maybe I'm too big a racist or an anti-Semite or a bigot. And maybe somehow 6 million is greater than 600 million. That possibility is there. You have your Schindler's List, which is really a swindler's list, because you were involved in the slave trade. You were involved, and you don't want to actually accept your involvement because you too want to escape reparations. You want to escape reparations and what is due the Black man and Black woman. Let's look at it. You talk about the death marches. My guide was a very nice lady, Miss Sarah Bloomfield. She worked very closely with my son, Farrakhan, and I as we were there. We listened to Miss Bloomfield closely and carefully. We didn't go in for a show. We went in to study. We went in to do research. It wasn't a media event. We didn't even allow the media to go in with us so they would be following us around, looking at us at everything we were trying to feel and study. My son and I, we looked. Yes, we were sensitive to what we saw, pain and suffering. We're the chosen people of God. We are a spiritual people by nature, and we feel the pain and suffering of any people anywhere on the face of the planet Earth, even the people who helped to put us in this condition. So maybe we need to reevaluate that. My son looked at some of the Germans killing the Jews, so-called Jews, and he said, "This is sick, Daddy." And as we looked at it, feeling that, we saw where you talked about the death marches, where the Jews were forced in mass to move from one camp to the next camp, from one ghetto to the next ghetto. But what about the death marches in Africa? What about the sons and daughters of Africa put on desperate death marches for economic gain and financial purposes as we were marched hundreds of miles, some of us dying in the heat of the sun, trying to move us from the East Coast to the West Coast, trying to move us from Southern Africa back to a coastal area, or from the northern region to a coastal area. What about the massive death marches that took our lives on the African continent? They said that by the summer of 1942, there were over 400 ghettos. We question that. That the Jews were forced and confined into over 400 ghettos. Well, you might have 400 ghettos in just one state, one county. You are removed from your ghettos of Warsaw and Krakow. You are removed from your ghettos, white Jew. But these, the sons and daughters of Africa, we are still in the ghettos of white America to this very day that we sit here tonight. We are still in our ghettos. We talked about how they had to build overhead sidewalks. That Jews were not allowed to walk with the Germans. They built overhead sidewalks. For the Black man and the Black woman, we were not allowed to walk on the same sidewalk with the crack. When old snuff dipper weapons back to him, talked to him overall when Peckerwood was on the sidewalk. We had to jump out in the street and let the Peckerwood walk on the sidewalk. They even had what was called laughing barrel. If we were talking and something was funny to us, we couldn't even laugh openly. We had to go and open a barrel up. I've seen some of them in Charleston, down in the Carolinas, and stick our head down in the barrel and laugh, so that when we came back up in the presence of white folks, we were straight faced. Let's look at it. You built your Holocaust memorial. Cost over $200 billion. That's what Brother Dr. Brock is talking about. That's what Brother James Cameron is talking about in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who is working to set up the Black Holocaust Museum there because of what happened to him and his all of our people, but him in the summer, the month of August of 1930, where he was with his two friends, 16, 18, and 19, accused of raping a white woman, which they did not do. You've seen the picture of the brothers hanging there. Brother James Cameron was the one of the three that escaped the hangman's noose. And now he is now setting up the Black Holocaust Museum in Milwaukee, and we should work to help him set it up, and we should set them up all over America. $200 million to set up your African Holocaust Museum, because the space should be ours. The 2 million should be ours. That's the point I'm making. It should be our African Holocaust Museum. But you, with a swindler's list, have swindled us, have stolen our birthright. And now our African Holocaust Museum, you claim it. They told me that you get $21 million yesterday, they said, a year, just for operating expenses alone. $21 million from the government of the United States of America just for operating expenses. Every year, your Holocaust, you say, took place in Germany, took place thousands of miles from here, but no museum, no Holocaust, no 200 million, no 21 million, not even $1,000, not $1 has been put aside. And our Holocaust took place and is still taking place right here on this soil, here in the hills of North America. You say you were herded away in boxcars. Where's the photo? Bring it around, Brother Steve. You were herded in boxcars. We were brought in the holds of slave ships. You say it was 1619, but white folks do lie. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teach us that we came here in the year 1555. We didn't come on the Nina, the Pinta, nor the Santa Maria, not that way. And we didn't come on the Mayflower. We didn't land at Plymouth Rock. We got hit in the head with the damn rock. We came in the holds of ships to be made burden bearers for white America. Stacked and packed like sardines in a can and like cockroaches in a Coke bottle. We lost over 150 to 200 million Black lives just in the Middle Passage, just coming over between Africa and America. We have not only experienced a Holocaust, but we have paid a hell of a cost. I didn't come here tonight to be soft at a Black Holocaust observance. The white folks and the so-called white Jews, you've gotten me busted. And I accept the discipline and the judgment of my spiritual father, leader, teacher, and guide, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. There is no division in the Nation of Islam. I follow a divine chain of command. I'm saying, oh, there it is. There it is. I follow a divine chain of command. But you've gotten me busted. So I'm no longer national assistant, no longer national spokesman, no longer national representative, no longer even a minister in the Nation of Islam. So nothing I say now can you attempt to use against God's man, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. None of my words can you attempt to use against him. You took a calculated risk that I would turn on my teacher. 30 years ago, we played out this same history with the history of Minister Malcolm X, El-Hajj, Malik El-Shabazz, Brother Omar Wale, and the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad during the 60s. But the 6 is a 9 turned upside down. And these are the 90s. We're going to turn the 6 of the 60s right side up in the 90s and put a positive period behind that history of Elijah and Malcolm. There is no Malcolm without Elijah, and there is no Khalid without Farrakhan. Make no mistake about it. So you got me busted, but you can't use my words against my teacher and my spiritual father anymore. And you've gotten me busted, and now I'm gonna go buck wild on your behind. I'm not giving you no kind of break today. All praise is due to Allah. Going buck wild. Free me up here. Free me up here. I'm gonna be like a pit bulldog. And you know when a pit bulldog bites you in your backside, and that's the way I'm gonna be on the Jew, that's the way I'm gonna be on the rest of these peckerwoods and crackers. I came here tonight to be strong. I didn't come to lighten up, I came to tighten up. Didn't come to pin the tail on the donkey. I came to pin the tail on the honky. That's why I'm here tonight. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. Good evening. This is the truth hour. And don't you touch that dial. You stay tuned in to the truth hour. I'm going to lock my jaws in the backside of these no good imposter perpetrating the fraud Jews behind and the rest of these crackers behind. And you know when a bulldog bites, his jaws lock. And only Farrakhan has the keys to unlock these jaws. Only Farrakhan has the keys to unlock these jaws. Before it's over, you will go to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and beg him to put me back on post. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Gee whiz, golly gee. Farrakhan, can you get him back on post? Get him off from us, Farrakhan, please. because I don't give a damn about you. I don't care about these damn cameras. I don't care about your newspapers. I don't care what you say about me. I was born to give you hell from the cradle to the grave. That's what I'm born for. All praise is due to him. Not only will the so-called imposter Jew beg the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, not only will the other white folks beg him, but these half-baked, half-fried, boot-licking, butt-licking, butt-dancing, bamboozle, punkified, sissified, pasteurized, homogenized niggas and Uncle Toms will beg him too before it's all over. Oh, bootlicking Major Owen. Oh, bootlicking Charlie Rangel. Oh, bootlicking, buck dancing, scratching, shuffling, messy Jesse Jackson. You keep. I am a somebody. I am a somebody to keep hope alive. I am a somebody. I don't rightly know who the hell I am, but I am somebody. I am somebody. Jesse Louis Jackson, you can't serve two masters, Jesse Jackson. You're a brilliant black man. We love you, Jesse Louis Jackson, but you gotta stop boot licking and butt licking and buck dancing and bending over to give evil an opening. What after NAFTA? What after NAFTA? Except more white folks' laughter, green eggs and ham, green eggs and ham. I am Sam. Damn. Black people put in slavery. They robbed us of our names, our language, our religion, our culture, our God, our folkways, our mores, robbed us of the very power of our own being. No Jew on the face of the planet Earth can say that you were robbed of your name, your language, your religion, your culture, your God, your folkways, your mores, your norm. If you do, you're a damn liar. And as Jesus said, the truth is not in you. You make me sick. Always got some old crinkly wrinkle cracker that you bring up talking about this is one of the Holocaust victims. Dr. Jeffries is a Holocaust victim. My son Farrakhan is a Holocaust victim. Dr. Tony Martin is a Holocaust victim. Our brother, what's your name, brother? Brother who? Brother Jackson Bay is a Holocaust victim. Minister Sean is a Holocaust victim. God damn it, I'm looking at a whole audience full of Holocaust victims. All of you, you and you and you and you and you, all of you are Holocaust victims. Every last one of you is a Holocaust victim. No good. dirty, low-down bastards. See ya. See ya. And I wouldn't want to be ya. That's the way we have to be. You have to give these bastards hell, every last one of them. And there will come a time when we won't even allow you to come in the goddamn door. We'll run you out of here with your cameras and everything. We will run you down the streets of the cities of America. Watch you. We look at them participating in the Black Holocaust in South Africa. And damn it, blood can be flying everywhere. And here's some cracker with a camera right in the middle of all of it. A body falling to his right, a body falling to his left, and this cracker's there with a camera. There'll come a time when we'll make you run off and leave these damn cameras. I don't care nothing about them. And your problem is you're too weak-hearted, you're too chicken-hearted. Some of us, not all, but some of us. I don't teach my baby about no Christmas addicts. Christmas addicts was the one who first to die in the American Revolution. The nigga should have died. I teach him about Nat Turner. I teach him about Denmark Beasley. I teach him about Gabriel Prosser. I teach him about Toussaint Louverture. I teach him about Henrik Christoph. I teach him about Gasoline the Ferocious. I teach him about Will the Executor. I teach him about Bookman. I teach him about Nzinga. I teach him about Candace. I teach him about Queen Ya Asante. I teach him about the warriors and the freedom fight. I teach my baby about Colin Ferguson, who caught the New York Railroad train just a few days ago. I'd say to every one of you, if you leave Colin Ferguson in that jail to be beat up by these crackers, and now it has come out by some of the black officers that this happens all the time, where they set black inmates up in these jails and penitentiaries, and in particular there in Nassau County, and pulled all the black officers out and the black inmates so they could jump on Brother Colin Ferguson, because they were mad with him for catching the Long Island train and killing all them white folks. I love Colin Ferguson. I have no official position, so I can say I love him. I love Colin Ferguson. And I say to every one of you with your red, black, and green, your kente cloth, your gele, your grand booba, if you will denounce and repudiate and condemn Colin Ferguson, you should never utter the name of Nat Turner again from your mouth, because Colin Ferguson is a modern day Nat Turner. He didn't get on that train of his own. God put him on that train. God spoke to Nat Turner. God spoke to Denmark Beasley. God spoke to Colin Ferguson and say, I want you to catch the Long Island train today. Let the church say amen. Let the church say amen again. Let the church say amen one more time. God spoke to Colin Ferguson and said, catch the train. Catch the train. And catch the train today, Colin. The train going to Long Island. God sends tornadoes Is that right? God sends hurricanes. Is that right? God sends earthquakes. Is that right? Well, that day God sent Colin Ferguson. Is that right? God sent Colin Ferguson. If your Holocaust lasted 10 years and ours lasted 500, how can you compare, buddy? If you lost 6 million and we lost 600 million, that's 100 times more than you. How can you compare, buddy? Huh? If you never lost your name, your language, your religion, your culture, your God, your folkways, your mores, your norm, and in most cases, they haven't lost your mind the way we have. How can you even compare? You are so arrogant. We wouldn't even have to have this kind of discussion if you would just act like a human being. But you can't act like a human being. You can't even act like a human being. We looked at white Germans killing white so-called Jews and other poor white Europeans, poor meaning poor. We said, man, if the white man will kill another white man like that, if the white man will kill a white baby like that, if the white man will kill a white woman like that, hell, we don't stand a chance. He will do his own like that. We don't even stand a chance. While we were there, I tried to separate Hitler from the rest of white people. Yes, I did. For a moment. For a moment, I tried to say that Hitler was just some freak of nature, that he could be set apart from other white people. But then I said, where's the other one? Bring it out, Brother Steve. 4 black men. They would sell tickets to burn us alive. They had raffle tickets to determine who would get the ear, who would get the big toe from the right foot, who would get the little toe from the left foot. And this freakish, no good, peckerwood cracker white man, they all fought over the male organ as to who would take that home. Don't lie and say you didn't. It's the same with your no good, freakish rabbis. I read it in the Jerusalem Post. I called out any of your scholars. I saw the little cracker that was in here a little while ago. What was Richard Cohen? Ran out of here like a screaming, flaming faggot. You hide behind these newspapers. I'm sorry, these Jews papers. You hide behind these Jews papers in these Jews rooms that you call newsrooms. And so you have the evening 6 o'clock, the 5 o'clock Jews, news. And the 10 o'clock Jews, news. You want to hide. We call you out to debate. Give us your best minds. Give us the best so-called Jew you got. Give us a whole team of them. Give us a whole forum with nothing but your best mind. But you run from us. You hide from us. And I say to every black man in this audience, when the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan gives the call sometime within a year or so for 1 million black men to converge on Washington, D.C., not to sing "We Shall Overcome," every black man should be here. And black woman, if you got a black man who won't go, you should make sure he gets out of the house. You should make sure that he answers the call. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I was in there honestly because of the spiritual qualities that are in the Black man and Black woman, God's chosen people. It operates in the revolutionaries, the freedom fighters, the revolutionary scholars, the revolutionary warrior students. It operates in all of us. I was actually trying to set Hitler apart from other white folks. But then I realized that I just couldn't do it. I say they sold tickets. They had excursions, caravans, train rides to see a major sporting event. A nigger lynched today, 2 niggers lynched today, 3 niggers, 4 niggers lynched today. Billie Holiday would sing the song of Bessie Smith, one of them, about trees in the South with a strange fruit with blood at the root. This is the strange fruit. The Black man, Black woman, Billie Holiday. Take pregnant Black women, bring them out in front of other Black women, strip them naked. There in the Holocaust, you can stay right there, brother. Right in the Holocaust Memorial, they had piles of shoes, as though I was supposed to be impressed. And they said, well, over in Germany, we have just rooms full of shoes. They took all of the personals of these people from them. Wasn't that cruel? I said, God damn it, we didn't even have shoes. You can't pound those shoes up in a room for us because we didn't even have shoes. When they took us from Africa, they stripped us of our diamonds and our gold and our silver, our material resource, our spiritual resource, and our human resource. When we came here, most of the time we didn't have shoes. We went barefoot. Huh? Right. Strip the Black woman of whatever little tattered rag she had. 9 months pregnant. Tie her up. Tie horses to one leg, horses to the other leg. Beat the horses, make them run in opposite directions until they rip and pull the Black woman apart and the unborn Black baby fall from her, and a no good cracker would bring another Black woman out, her stomach full 9 months with the fruit of her womb. Take his knife and stick it in her full stomach with the roundness of her stomach, rip it open and stick his AIDS, syphilis, gonorrhea hand inside and snatch the unborn Black baby from her, throw it to the ground and crush the baby's head with his boot heel. And make other pregnant Black women watch so that the adrenaline of fear would course its way through her veins and bathe her brains and touch the unborn life in her, hoping that the babies would be born. Afraid of a wicked, cruel slave master. Look at this no good bastard. And some of you want to integrate with him. I believe in freedom and independence. I believe in separation and independence. A nation of our own. That's right. A nation of our own. That's the book. Some of you don't want to go nowhere. You want to stay right here with the white folks. Freedom and independence. If the founding fathers of America could call for freedom and independence under conditions that were nowhere near the conditions that we have been and are operating under today, why can't we call for freedom and independence, our own flag, our own nation, our own government, our own laws? But most of you just want to intellectual Lies the subject. You think we can read our way out of this? You better read, but you better get up and get ready to get free. Most of you want to sing, we shall overcome. You better add another stanza, we shall overrun. Lift every voice and sing, but you better lift every fist and swing too. At the same time, if we're going to gain freedom and independence. I'm a soldier. I was born that way. I don't care about nothing else but that. But aren't you afraid that you are going to get killed? Jesus, the Black revolutionary Messiah, said, he or she who seeks to save his life shall lose his life. He who is willing to give his life for her life shall save their life. But I don't want to die for the cause. I'll kill for the cause. It's the only way we get free. We got a mighty God that is backing us up today, sending irregular rain, snow, hail, and earthquake, and confusing the government of the white man and the minds of the white man. The Catholic Church admitted their role in slavery. The so-called Jews want to lie. We just were 2% of the population. Don't make no difference what percent you were. 75% of you, 2/3 of you, according to your own Jewish census takers and statistics, were involved in the slave trade. I didn't say 75% of all the slaves were owned by the Jews. I said 75% of the Jews owned slaves. But you put a spin on it and a twist on it to make it seem ridiculous because you're just a liar and the truth is not in you. As Jesus says in the 8th chapter of the book of John, that you are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning. He abode not in the truth because there's no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, Jesus said, he's a liar and the father of the lie. And Jesus said that his word had no place in the Jews. Read John, starting with the 8th chapter, starting with the 31st verse, down to the 44th verse. When I say Jesus up here, I'm not talking about no blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned, buttermilk complexion, white Jesus. I'm talking about a black Jesus. The Bible says would have nappy hair and his body would be like burnt bronze or brass as though it had been burnt in an oven. Give the white man his white Jesus back, put it in the garbage can, set it out on the corner, and let the garbage man pick it up and take it to the garbage dump. It's a form of spiritual genocide, a form of mental genocide and Holocaust. 40 to 50 million Holocaust survivors still in the death camps of America, still in the ghettos of America, still robbed of our names with Harry McGillicuddy, Jim Dandy O'Houlihan, Abraham Lincoln Culpepper, Hattie Mae hamburger with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. Robbed completely of a knowledge of ourselves. No other people in the annals of time have been so robbed and spoiled. The Bible said these are a people who are robbed and spoiled. They are snared in holes and hidden in prison houses. But we must rise up like Ra. Rise up like Ra. Take on a new life and take on a new birth. I say I criticize the Pope. I don't have any respect for the Pope. The hell you mean I called him a cracker? So damn what? The Pope don't like me. The Pope does not respect my leader and teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He has no respect for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he is one of the perpetrators in our genocide and our current condition. You offer an apology? We're sorry. Everybody else gets reparation. Damn Jews get over 70 billion. over 100 billion. But you offer us, I you an apology. We're so sorry. No, use your influence to get reparations for us. Use your influence to ease the debt that is strangling and choking the life out of African nations from the World Bank and the IMF and the other MFs. You say, and this is the first time you heard from me on this, and I think you should at a Black Holocaust observance. Will you call for the death of the men, the women, the children, and the babies? Hell, you had heard that here at Howard University long before King College. Killing our men, our women, our children, and our babies in South Africa. Have killed them over a long period of time. And so I call for my people to stand up and fight back. And you have a problem with that? Because I said that we don't owe the white man nothing in South Africa. We give him 24 hours to get out of town by Sunday. I don't respect the process. I don't respect the elections process. You don't break in my damn house, bum rush my house, black boot stomp my door down, and then one day I gain the power to take my house back, and now we gonna hold a vote. And I'm so silly, you take the west wing of the house, you can take this wing over here, and anytime a dispute comes up here, we will vote on it. One person in this house, one vote. That's a fool. No compromise in South Africa. We don't compromise with the white man in South Africa. You couldn't take America and then turn around and expect the white man to share it with you. Hell, he won't even share it with us. When he promised us 40 acres and a mule in 1866, and then turned around and Andrew Johnson vetoed it. No Jew in here has to live under the yoke of bondage and oppression that we still live under and have lived under for the past 500 years. The first president of these United States, these United Snakes, I didn't call it that. Benjamin Franklin used to write in the newspaper. The flag, one of the early flags was a snake for America. When the Union was split, the snake was split up. And they talked about uniting the Union and putting the snake back together. So, and they said, don't tread on me. That was on your flag. What? Big man. So I call you the United Snakes of America, because that's exactly what it is. As I near my conclusion here, at the Jewish Holocaust Memorial, they talked about books that were a part of the education system under Hitler, and talked about a little book called The Poison Mushroom. Well, hell, we got a book called Little Black Sambo. You telling me about a damn poison mushroom? Little Black Sambo. Dick and Jane were white. The milkman was white. The mailman was white. Huh? The fireman was white. The policeman was white. Mama was white. Daddy was white. The only one that had any black was Spot, and he was black and white. You got the little poison mushroom. We got Little Black Sambo and many other books that poison the minds of black people here in the hells of North America. I have a few more points here. and we should be able to close out. We remember Emmett Till. We remember Cheney. We remember the Scottsboro Boys, as they called it. We remember the churches that were bombed then, and your plot to bomb churches even today. We remember the Sunday school lesson in the church in Alabama being the love that forgives when you bomb the church. We witness Dela Beckwith, who killed Meredith, Evers, who killed Medgar Evers, Brother Medgar Evers, and how long it took the so-called wheels of justice to finally get around because his widow, Sister Murley, didn't give up. But it's not justice for Dela Beckwith to go to prison. When we become a free and independent people, the only solution to the Dela Beckwith case would be that Dela Beckwith would be to be dead. That's the only way we can say that the blood of Medgar Evers is satisfied. We remember Birmingham. We remember Montgomery, Alabama. We remember the vicious dogs, and they showed this at the Jewish Holocaust Memorial, but we remember the vicious dogs that would actually leap into the chest of our women during these civil rights marches and bite their breast off. Leap up into the groin of a Black man and actually with sharp teeth bite his reproductive, regenerative organ off. Yes. We remember your cattle prods and your water hoses turning the water pressure loose on us. No Holocaust greater than this one. Don't even try it. Brothers and sisters, after all of these lies, you deserve a break today. You deserve a break today. The white man has a frequent liar program. There's a frequent liar program, and he's always going to lie. But we must now document our own history. As Dr. John Henry Clark has warned us that we are the only people who have no monuments, no memorials set up for our dead, for our pain, for our suffering. So now these bootlicking Negroes in the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, who stood up to condemn me in the United States Congress, the first time in the history of the world that the United States Congress, and I got the congressional record and looked at the debate that went on. Don Edwards from California took to the floor, they say, like James Madison, come back to life. And he warned Tom Lantos, the Jew, so-called Jew congressman from California who put the resolution on the floor. They warned them, if you do this, then the United States Congress is flying in the face of the First Amendment. Never before has the United States Congress condemned officially as an act of Congress one of its so-called citizens. The benchmark case of Justice Douglas in Taramello versus Chicago of 1949 laid the base for what the white folks call free speech, but you can see it's not worth the paper that it's written on. The Senate condemned me 97-0. So we, Dr. Jeffries, want to bring our case against the Senate and against the Congress with their own law and violation of that law themselves and go after them that way. For we believe that we have strong grounds to stand on. So brothers and sisters, let us go forth from here. And as we go forth from here, let us build a greater cohesiveness and unity and love among ourselves. Let's build brotherhood, sisterhood, friendship and fellowship and sistership and brothership, and get rid of the bullshit. I didn't say that other word. Let's get rid of the nigger mess and pull together and get away from this division and this unity that keeps us bowing at the feet of our enemy and oppressor who divides us and has conquered us and has put us in this condition. Brothers and sisters, I thank you for being as attentive as you have been. And I want you to stand just for a minute, just stand for a minute. Don't leave. Everybody hold your position. I'm not. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has asked that we extend his greetings and support to Dr. Jeffries, to Dr. Martin, Dr. Steve Coakley, to Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, and everyone in attendance here tonight. And I want to extend that to all of you here tonight as I just received this note from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Let's give him a hand. Please hold your positions. Please hold your positions. We have one important thing that must be done, but I want to close this segment out. Put your black fists in the air. Everyone, put your fists in the air. We're going to close out my segment with 7 Harambe. Harambe, as Dr. Maulana Karenga has taught us, means let us all pull together. It's only a demonstration, but we go 6 times. Harambe. We go back up. Harambe. But on the 7th one, we hold it. Harambe. All right, black fist in the air. Every time we bring this big black fist down, we're bringing it down on disunity. Every time we bring it down, we're bringing it down on the boot-licking, butt-licking, buck-dancing, bamboozled Uncle Toms. Every time we bring this big black fist down, we're bringing it down on apathy so that we will stand up and do that which will bring us freedom and independence in accord with God's law. On the count of 3, Jali 2, Harambe, 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 Harambe. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Please be seated. Hold your positions. Please be seated. Please be seated.